not only the foot, but also other joints. So one of the main objectives of this work was to study how hallux limitus, how different treatment affects plantar pressure distribution in patients with hallux limitus. But a first question appears here, that is, what is already known about it? So before we start our project, we carry out a literature review to find out what information already exists about this topic. We found 28 articles discussing the first rate and plantar pressures. We extracted all the information that's provided by each of the articles found in order to know the limitation of each one of them, the most studied variables, as well as the study method that they use in their study. In order, on the one hand, to be able to provide new knowledge with the implementation of our project, and on the other hand, to know the most frequent methodology and way of working that they use. After all this, we were able to observe that the most studied variables were peak pressure, maximum force, contact time, between others that you can see in the screen. That all the articles divided the foot into different areas or region of interest, and there isn't any consensus here. In addition, we found that of all the articles found, only 3 talk about hallux limitus or hallux rigidus, and the majority talk about hallux valgus. And most of the articles study only one condition, that is, they study the functionality of a single type of orthosis for the treatment of this pathology, but they don't compare between other insoles to know which is more effective. So we established 2 objectives of this work due to the limitation that we have found in our articles. First, study the assess the effectiveness of three different types of foot orthosis in improving the range of motion of hallux in patients with hallux limitus. A second, assess the effectiveness of 3 different types of foot orthosis in altering the forefoot plantar pressure distribution in patients with hallux limitus. So we have studied 3 types of orthosis. First, a flat insole, that is orthosis without any element. Then, orthosis with an anterior stabilizer element, which is made of resin and had a rocker effect on its anterior part, so help the patient propulsion. And then, orthotic with a kinetic weight. And we established some inclusion and exclusion criteria. Like inclusion criteria, patients between 18 and 65 years with hallux limitus, with a positive JAK test, and with a foot posture index higher than 6. And as exclusion criteria, patients with neurological, systemic, or orthopedic diseases, the subjects who have suffered trauma of the foot and lower limb prior to study, or patients who are unable to walk without aids. And we are going to study 2 types of data. Maybe. Biomechanical data. For that, we are going to use Bicon system. And then plantar pressure data. And we are going to use a pressure platform for do it. Okay, I'm going to explain a little the methodology that we have used to obtain the data. The sample size was 25 patients between 30 and 45 years. And the first step was signed the informed consent. Then the anthropometric characteristic of the patient was taken. These characteristics includes the length of the foot, the height of the arch in different positions. once we have the previous steps, we place all markers at the anatomical landmarks following the Brenny model. This model consists of 19 marks distributed between the foot and ankle. Like we can see in the image, it's an example of a real patient. A first measure was taken with the patient in a standard position, and both biomechanical and data related to plantar pressures were taken at the same time. And we measured the patients in 4 different conditions. First, barefoot, then with a shoe with with the flat insole inside, and then the shoe and the 2 different type of orthosis. The shoe was a minimalist shoe, like you can see in the image, and this shoe had different holes in these areas where there were reflective markers. The platform will have a specific orientation and direction following the protocol described by Sanchez Sales et al. And for obtaining the data, the 3-step protocol was followed, where the patient's 3rd step had to coincide with the pressure platform, which was the point where the camera had the best visibility. As we can see in the second image, where I show how we obtain the data about plantar pressure and biomechanic data. And in the 3rd image, we can see an example of Bicon analysis. So we took 10 samples from each patient, and from this, we then used the best 5. So we have 25 patients, each of them subjected to 4 different conditions, and 5 trials with each of the conditions. We are currently analyzing the data collected on plantar pressure, and I'm going to explain a little how the process is going. From this analysis, we have obtained 2 types of data. First, 0-dimensional data, in which we study mediolateral displacement and anterior-posterior displacement of the center of pressure. As can be seen in the slide, for calculate mediolateral displacement, the highest and lowest point of the graph have been taken, and the difference between both points have been obtained to determine these deviations. And for the anterior-posterior displacement, the same methodology was used, but in this case, the most anterior and most posterior point of the graph was taken. In this way, for each condition and each patient, this displacement has been obtained for 5 trials. Then the average of them has been calculated to see the displacement of each of the conditions, as you can see in this slide. And then we have obtained 1-dimensional data too, in which we compare the waveform of the 4 different conditions to see if any change occurred in any phase of the guide cycle. Unfortunately, we have not yet been able to perform the analysis of the biomechanical data, and because of time constraints, we are not yet able to show any of the results obtained from this study, but we hope to be able to do it soon. Thanks for your attention.
Good. Thank you very much. The time we are short, so but only one question. That's can you update a little bit that you see in the results? Do you think that in this case, okay, I know the response in this case because I saw the rest of the results, but more or less, do you think that this element do the same or not? That's in the first.
Yeah, in the first analysis, we have seen that there is a little difference between barefoot and the 2 conditions, but the difference is less between the kinetic wedge and the insole with the anterior stabilizer element. So maybe there isn't so many difference between these two types of orthosis.
Okay, so what the conclusion more or less is that, okay, it's the concept that years and years we are talking, that is maybe the differentiation between the insole is not very higher, is that all the elements do more or less the same, so but it's necessary to use this insole, but not the discussion between the so the areas of the I don't know, it's a concept. So the college, European, American college, so that it's not a lot of difference. So that maybe all we are in the good way, in the same way, and this is good to join again all the podology in the world. So yeah, can you?
So, if I can ask, have you looked at the dorsiflexion of the first MPJ from using Nexus?
Can you repeat me the question, please?
Have you looked at dorsiflexion of the first MPJ
Yeah.
using Nexus?
Yeah, but we have to do it with Bicon.
Bacon.
But
Yeah,
we
yeah,
have
yeah.
done. We haven't got any result yet.
Yeah.
But yeah.
That would be interesting to do.
Yeah.
Have data from about 25 people diagnosed with FHL, with functional hallucinations, and in our data there is absolutely no difference on the amount of dorsiflexion in these persons when compared to healthy
Okay.
people with no dorsiflexion. And I think with this paradigm, Dannenberg did a small mistake here.
Yeah.
Because he came to the conclusion that there is less dorsiflexion from plantar pressure data, not from looking at the kinematics.
Yeah. Yeah. We are going to study the kinematic data. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Next speaker this morning in this session is our colleague Quique Sanchez from the University of Valencia. He's a specialist in biomechanics analysis and in the Bicon systems, and he tried to explain what is the concept of the biomechanics use of the Bicon system. Quique, thank you very much for your coming.
Thank you. Well, hello, good morning, everyone. I'm Quique Sánchez, professor at Universitat of Valencia. First of all, I want to apologize for my English. It's not my mother tongue, and I hope that everyone can understand what I want to explain. Okay? I would like to thank the scientific committee for inviting to be at ENPODHE Congress. It's a huge honor for me to be able to participate as a opponent in this Congress. Today I'm going to talk about biomechanics of midfoot joint, kinematics and kinetics during walking in healthy subjects. It's important to say that most of the kinetic studies performed in biomechanical laboratories have been limited in their application to clinical practice. It seems that to exit a disconnection between the results obtained in biomechanical studies that were accomplished on laboratories and their application to clinical world. This problem has remained over the years in the history of biomechanics. Most of these problems lie in the difficult interpretation that physical and mathematical languages in which laboratory results are usually expressed. These data are not intuitive for most health professionals, and their immediate clinical application is usually delayed. Obviously, the lack of understanding between the biomechanical research and clinical practice has slowed down the biomechanical progress and application of treatment of patients. For this reason, this presentation tried to describe the mechanical behavior of the midfoot joints during walking from a clinical point of view, with a special emphasis on kinetics. Well, there is a style controversy regarding normal and abnormal mechanical behavior of midfoot joints during dynamic situations, such as walking or running. Although several theoretical models have been described for some midfoot joints, such as those described for the metatarsal joint, like a Heffman, root, or nested. It seems there is not enough evidence in form of clinical studies about the mechanical behavior of these joints. In order to study the mechanical behavior of the foot joints, in the last year has increased the use of the multisegmental foot models. This model divided foot in different segments, and in particular the behavior. These models, multisegmental foot models, focus in kinematics, not on kinetics. This fact could be due to difficult in segmenting the ground reaction forces into foot, into each segment of the foot. Okay. In particular, the behavior of the mid-tarsal or mid-foot joint has focalized interest into biomechanical foot research in this year. Especially, we have this paper published in 2014 by Nestor. They describe the movement of the foot in 100 free pain subjects. This study is largest sample until now. However, they have pointed a great inter-individual variation, and this fact could be different reasons. One possible reason is that in this study was not didn't control the foot posture index, and for the reason in our study we use a sample with a controlled foot posture index, specifically with normal foot posture index. Well, what do we have? To do the kinematic study, we use H infrared cameras, Vicon Bonita model, and to do kinetic study we use a pressure platform from which we can record in the plantar pressure. Okay, to carry out the kinematics study, we use one adaptation of the model proposed by Brenning. In the original model, he used 19 markers, and we add one marker, marker H3. Marker H3 located in the medial side of the phalangeal proximal of the hallux, from which we can study the metatarsophalangeal joint with C degrees of freedom. This model considers 4 segments: shank, rear foot, forefoot, and hallux, and three joints: ankle, mid-tarsal or chopard joint, and metatarsophalangeal joint. And we can study movements in 3 planes of the space: in the sagittal plane, flexion, dorsiflexion and plantar flexion; in the transverse plane, abduction and adduction; and the frontal plane, inversion and eversion. How do we do the trials? Well, first of all, we obtained the approval by the Ethical Committee of the Universitat Jaume I in Castellón. All subjects signed the informed consent, and data of 30 healthy subjects with normal food posture index are presented. Before recording the activity, the reference posture always must do for the thanks to reference posture, the system can calculate segments and joint centers. And finally, give the instruction for the subject. He walks 5 repetitions and normal and comfortable speed for each subject. Okay. In this video, we can see a subject walks in comfortable speed, steps in right foot on the pressure platform located in the middle of the walkway. In this video, we can see the study of the subject are processed, and we can see the distribution of the H camera's beacon along the walkway. Well, at this point, I will present the results. In these graph angles, we can see the movement of the midfoot joint in the 3 planes of the space, sagittal plane, frontal plane, and transverse plane. If we look the sagittal plane, we can see that this joint moves in dorsiflexion during most of the stance phase until 75%. In the propulsive phase, this joint moves in plantar flexion. In the frontal plane, we can see that this joint moves in eversion from heel strike until full forefoot load. And during mid-stand phase, this joint is without movement. It's very stable. And the movement appear again during the propulsive phase with inversion movement. And finally, in transverse plane, this joint moves from heel strike off till full forefoot load. In abduction, remain stable during mid-stand phase without movement, and the propulsive phase appear a small movement in adduction. Okay, respect to the joint moments, among the moments reported in the 3 planes, sagittal plane moments were those of this biggest magnitude compared with the other planes, 8 bigger times than the transverse and frontal plane. The moment presented in the sagittal plane tend to dorsiflex midfoot joints during stand phase. It starts approximately 10–50% of the stand phase and increase gradually till the middle of the propulsive phase, when the heel has been taken off the ground. At that point, it's slow down quickly. In the frontal plane, joint movements of the midfoot joints show an external eversion moment during the first 75% of the stance phase. This graph also shows a gradual increase that reaches maximum peak approximately 50%. And this point, external pronation model decrease until null. At this point, appear a moment inversion moment external. In transverse plane, this joint remain without movement during the most of stand phase, and only appear a small magnitude of moment in adduction. If we like the graph of the kinetics in sagittal plane, this finding shows the midfoot would be subject to dorsiflexion moments during most of the stance phase of walking, with a maximum peak when held off. Okay? This finding can be appreciated clinically as a tendency to flattening core collapse longitudinal arch of the foot during mid-stance phase and propulsion from full force load to held off, being that collapse bigger just after held off. For a clinical perspective, it's important to understand that those dorsiflexion moments should be controlled by tensional forces generated by muscle contraction and plantar soft tissue tension, including plantar fascia, opposing the dorsiflexion moments. Those plantar structures slow down the external dorsiflexion moments of the midfoot joints, creating a plantar flexion moments of the forefoot to avoid arc collapse. The bigger the external dorsiflexion moments acting on the midfoot joints, the bigger the contractile and tensional forces of the muscle and ligamentous structures of the plantar foot will be. It's possible that this data could be implicated in the genesis some disorders such as plantar fasciitis, abductor hallucis muscle myositis, or any other types of intrinsic muscular disorders. Okay. Movement of the midfoot in the present study in the frontal and transverse plane has been shown to very stable during the mid-stance from full force load to heel off. In fact, the movement graph in this plane shows that the mid-tarsal moves into abduction and eversion during heel contact period. Afterwards, this joint remain stable during whole mid-stance. At that time, it's not clear which is the exact mechanical reason of the reason, but it seems that tension generated of the plantar soft tissues created by the body weight could act as a friction system of the midfoot joint, especially in transverse and frontal plane. However, this process does not happen in sagittal plane. Well, another relevant point of this study is that kinematic and kinetic results of the sample have shown a narrow confidence interval compared with the other reports. At 90–50% of the confidence interval in kinematics values seems to be narrow than the other studies did not take the FPI into foot posture index into account. It would be interesting to analyze this factor in the future studies to investigate if different foot posture could have some influence in kinematic patterns of the subjects during walking, or if there are other more predominant factors such as neuromuscular activation that could drive the kinematic patterns of subjects. Well, to finish, say that dorsiflexion moments in sagittal plane were much more higher than in any other plane, generating a tendency to collapse or flattering of the longitudinal arch with a subsequent stress than those moments created in plantar soft tissues. It would be interesting to look at external midfoot joint dorsiflexion moments in the genesis of particular plantar disorders in future prospective studies. The tension generated of plantar tissues created by body weights could act as a fixation system of the midfoot joints in the transverse and frontal planes. And this study has some limitation. For joint moments calculation, a pressure platform was used. The system allows for the calculation of the normal component of the ground reaction forces, but not the friction component. However, Hunt et al. Found no difference comparing ankle joint moments with and without considering frictional forces, concluding that the joint moments at the ankle were not significantly different when frictional forces were considered. Thank you so much for your attention.
Okay, we are with a little bit delay, so but any question? In this case, if I need to reduce the time of the question, so but I pass to the next speaker. In this case, our colleague from ENPODHE, the professor, the teacher of the Rockefeller School in Lyon, and PhD student in Malaga. My friend, so that's my bro. It's a ESSCVP school, please.
Good morning, everybody. First, I'd like to thank the organization, especially Joao, for the way you welcome us. It's just perfect. I have the luck to present you my thesis project that I'm doing in collaboration and under the supervision of Gabriel Rijon of the University of Malaga. Okay. No. So, the theme of my thesis project is to be in search of the best biomechanic, stride biomechanic for runner's knee. Runner's knee is called to patellofemoral pain syndrome, which is the most common injury in running. What? Okay. Okay, thank you. What is a patellofemoral pain syndrome? It's an autoimmune knee pain, which is associated to an activity that increases the load of the patella. And what we know is that there's an increase of the pressure to the lateral facet. Patellofemoral pain syndrome have some risk factors, and especially 3D dynamic measures. And we talk about the hip peak adduction and the knee extension moment. Okay. About running biomechanics, what we know about running biomechanics compared to walking, for example, that we know that we have an increase of the ground reaction force, an increase of the knee extension moment, an increase in force and pressure on the patellofemoral joint. And it's combined to a kind of overuse, like 70 to 90 times per minute for each knee. So it makes the activity of running a kind of pathologic combination for the patella between the overuse and the overload. Okay, so I cannot see the presentation. Okay.
Okay, to change the...
Okay, it's not on the, okay. So the question, what influences stride biomechanics? There's a lot of parameters that can influence stride biomechanics, and we decide to focus on 3 types of things: the running footwear, okay, the running technique, and the foot orthosis. About the running footwear, we know that running footwear influences the human motion, okay? And there's a lot of components in running footwear that can have change biomechanics. And we focused on the heel-to-toe drop, which is the most component described in the literature. Sorry about that. I need to tell you? Okay. So change. Thank you. So about the running footwears and PFPS, we know that shoes with a higher heel-to-toe drop can increase the knee extension moment, and it increase the PFG stress, the patellofemoral joint stress. And what we know is that there's also, when you have a heel-to-toe drop higher, you have an increase of knee adduction. If we talk about the running technique, actually a stride of a runner is exactly as the same point like any technical move in sports, like for example basketball shot. You can change it, you can work on it in order to change it to be more for the performance or for the winning, to treat running injuries. So there's a lot of literature about running retraining. Okay, the most well-known is to change from rear strike to forward strike, but we decide to focus on a more recent change, a more recent again and again, which is a more recent subject in the literature, which is the increase of step rate. Step rate is the number of steps you do in 1 minute, okay? And about the study about the increasing step rate, it's a new way to have running retraining. We know that we can have, on patellofemoral pain syndrome, you can have a reduction of pain, okay? An improvement in function by increasing step rate, and exactly, you can change. And to summarize, that type of running retraining, that you know that it can change biomechanics, but it's no evidence to determine if that type of change can be an effective treatment on injuries. If we compare, for example, the impact of the heel-to-toe drop compared to the running retraining, what is very interesting is that when you have a lower drop on running shoes, you just decrease the knee extension moment, for example, but you increase the ankle extension moment, okay? But when you use the running retraining increasing step rate, you just reduce knee extension and you don't increase the ankle extension. So it's, and even if you want to compare from the other running retraining situation, like from rear foot strike to forward strike, rear foot strike to forward strike is very interesting for knee pathology, okay? There's a lot of subject in literature, but it's not good for the ankle because it increased the load of the ankle and specifically the Achilles tendon. So that's why now in the literature the increase of the step rate is the best option for running retraining. About foot orthosis, the third way to change stride biomechanics, the literature is not that clear about foot orthosis and PFPS. We know that the last literature review changed you can have a better function, but not less pain in the activity. So that's why we want to make can change. That's why we're going to make a study to compare the effects of different types of intervention in PFPS treatment. It can change. So this is the study design I'd like to do. It's a RCT, a randomized controlled blind study, which will have a 12 months follow-up. The first part from 0 to 6 months, and we will have 3 groups to compare. The first group, the group A, will do a change on the running shoes from 10 millimeters heel to drop to 5 millimeters heel to drop. And combined to this, we will have a gait retraining, a running retraining, increasing step rate of 10%. The second group will use the invasion foot orthosis after a clinical examination, and we will have a control group for our third group, okay? Then it will be from 0 to 6 months, and then from 6 months to 12 months, we'll do almost the same thing, except that we'll have a new group which combine half of the participants of Group A and Group B. We want to have the full combination of all interventions. The Group D will have the running shoes with a 5 millimeter drop, sorry, the running retraining with the increase of 10%, and the invasion foot orthosis. So this is the inclusion criteria we need to do this. We need to have runners with patellofemoral pain syndrome, clinically described before. We need to have a runner with a rear foot strike, and a step rate under 170 running with throughs of 10 millimeter drops, which is very frequent. And as exclusion criteria, we don't want any other injuries. This is the type of foot orthosis we're going to use. It's called invasion foot orthosis. The thing about that type of foot orthosis, it's like we have a full length range with a typical 4-foot slope from medial to lateral to be inverted even in the 4-foot step. And then we will use a questionnaire, which is the anterior knee pain scale, which has a French validated version, which can score the pain and the function on the patellofemoral pain syndrome. Then we will have the experimentation of the Rockefeller Gate Laboratory in Lyon. We have a quality system with 8 infrared cameras and will be synchronized with the instrumented Zebris powered odometric treadmill. And we'll do it with the ESB recommendation. About the protocol, okay? We'll do at the first time, after 1 month, 6 months, and 12 months, we'll do a biomechanical motion analysis with that type of representation, like 5-minute warm-up and 2 sessions of 30 seconds at 10 kilometers per hour and 30 seconds at 12 kilometers per hour. And then we will be evaluating the questionnaire at the same time. Anytime we'll do a biomechanical analysis, we'll do a questionnaire. About the evaluation criteria and the data, there will be 2 clinical criteria, the VAS and the score of the anterior knee pain scale. And we want to explore 2 biomechanical criteria, the hip peak adduction and the knee extension moment, which was risk factors of the patellofemoral pain syndrome. So the expected results, if I can say like this, we must see biomechanical improvement for all conditions. I hope that we find that the best biomechanical improvements will be with the combined condition, and the best clinical improvement for the combined condition. Thank you for your attention. Sorry for the technical problem. I'd like just to take 1 minute to thank Alfred Gatt and Gabriel Riron for all you've done for this amazing network that we have. It's been a pleasure to work with you. I know we're going to continue to work with you, and I'm very happy to be back in the board to work with the new team, but we have a big challenge to be just behind you, but I know you'll always be there for you, okay? Thank you very much. And one last thing that is very important, next year is going to be in Lyon, okay? So we're waiting for you all in Lyon next year. We have a lot of things to make you discover in Lyon, and we'll be at the École Rockefeller. Okay, thank you very much.
You sit there. Okay. Any question? So it's the same. We are 15 minutes of the delay, so but we continue with the session. So in this case, we have a little bit change because. The speaker was Sebastián de la Croix, but he didn't come to Lisbon. And in this case, we have one of the colleagues. It's a co-supervisor of the PhD, the thesis of Raquel. And in this case, Raquel, I convinced Raquel to explain the same project of the PhD. And it's a pleasure to have here my colleague Raquel from the University of Malaga. So Raquel, thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Raquel Alabau. I'm lecturer at the University of Malaga. I'm very happy to participate in this podiatry meeting. I would like to thank the Scientific Committee and the organizer for inviting me. I'm going to present a study done last year at the Institut National de Podology in Paris. This presentation is part of my test. Should have been given by Sébastien Delacroix, but he was unable to attend. I will try to do it as well as him, since it's the first time I do a presentation in English. I'm sorry if you not well understand. The title of my presentation is Influence of Ultrasound Characteristic of the Achilles Tendon on Guide Biomechanics. Well, what happened mainly at the physiological level in tendinopathy? Mainly, there is an increase in the wall substance and cause the type 1 collagen fibers, which are the best quality, to become disordered, increasing the proportion of type 3 collagen. So, how do we observe this physiological phenomenon in an ultrasound scan? Well, with an increase in thickness, intratendon gaps appear, with an increase in cross-sectional area, and with a positive power Doppler plus an increase in neovascularization. So the aim of this study is to observe at a descriptive level whether there are some anatomical change in the Achilles tendon between men and women at rest, at maximum passive strength, and at during walking. An observational study was carried out where an ethics committee was passive. The study population were healthy patients, adults with regular exercise habits. A power analysis was performed for the sample size. 8 participants were determined in each group. And our study included 16 women and 11 men. A total of 54 tendons were analyzed. Our inclusion criteria were 8 between 18 and 30 years old, regular exercise habits, no pathology of if you have had them the last time has 3 months ago. No surgical interventions, no metabolic problems, women not pregnant, not being under antibiotics or oral corticosteroid. The equipment used for this study was an ultrasound with a linear probe of 4 to 15 Hz. A podoscope was used for the exploration. For the gait study, we put some reflective markers in the lower limb, as you can see in the picture, following the method David et al. Methods and using motion analysis system. A uniform protocol was followed for all participants. First, a questionnaire has completed to obtain demographic data, and participants who meet the inclusion criteria were strict. This was followed by a biomechanical examination where the foot posture index, lunge test, and 3D gait analysis were obtained. Finally, ultrasound measures were taken. The thickness, cross-sectional area, the length of the Achilles tendon, and the angle between the insertion of the soleus muscle fibers and the Achilles tendon. All the parameters were adjusted for all participants. Frequency at 14 Hz, focus at depth of 0.0 centimeters, high gain, and an image depth of 3.5 centimeters. Ultrasound scans were performed in 2 positions, one at rest and other one which are performing a passive force, a dorsal flexion position. The results, 27 patients who were 59% healthy women and 41% healthy men with a normal body mass index. Women demonstrated a statistically significant lower proximal and median thickness both at rest as well as during maximum passive force. Moreover, women demonstrated a statistically significant lower proximal and median cross-sectional area both at rest as well as during maximum passive force. On the other hand, women demonstrated a statistically significant higher ankle dorsiflexion range of motion during extended phase of gait. The results of our study show that anatomical difference in the property of the tendon structure can be caused by physical function and/or by the adaptation of the tissue to the subject load. On the other hand, to explain why men have more thickness and cross-sectional area, it's theorized that men have higher testosterone levels. Among other things, this hormone is involved in the ability to generate muscle volume, and the muscle hypertrophy leads to an absence or decrease in movement. Decreased absent ankle dorsiflexion is a risk factor for Achilles tendinopathy. If there isn't a good muscular activation of the soleus muscle, this is a postural muscle, it will lead to more load of the Achilles tendon and a decrease in the range of motion of the gait. Thank you so much for your attention, and I hope you have understood my presentation well.
Thank you very much, because this is she never spoke in English, so, but I think this more or less that they understand the conference. So, any question? Some doubts? Okay, we start the flash conference by our colleague from the University of Seville, the professor of Pedro Munuera. It's a pleasure to her again here in ENPODHE.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Firstly, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to give this presentation here today. Yes. Well, in daily clinical practice, we are constantly measuring. We are doing tests, we are measuring and assigning numbers, numeric values to, for example, strength in the Daniel scale, for example, or the supination resistance test, or we are measuring range of motion. We are assigning numbers to articular motion. And because we need to know the normal limits of some things, the normal limits of strength, of motion, of etc., etc. When we are doing physical examination of the foot, as podiatrists, we have techniques and procedures to quantify the range of motion of the main joints of the foot, the ankle foot, the subtalar joint, the mid-tarsal joint, the first metatarsophalangeal joint, but what about the first ray? Ruth and colleagues suggested that we had to move the first metatarsal head toward dorsiflexion and then toward plantar flexion and compared both movements. and they proposed that the normal limits were 5 millimeters of dorsiflexion and 5 millimeters of plantar flexion. Unfortunately, manual examination lacks sufficient diagnostic accuracy. So how can we quantify the first range of motion? If we have a look at the literature, we find some authors that over the years have developed different instruments. For example, Rogers and Kavanagh developed the first measuring device in 1986. Clough and colleagues also developed this frame attached to an ankle-foot orthosis. The Clough and colleagues device is also a complex instrument attached to an ankle-foot orthosis. And these instruments are too sophisticated maybe to make a quick test in daily clinical practice, okay? Although Clough and Glassow's devices have demonstrated good validity and good reliability. Also, we have other instruments like Kim's, like Dr. Whitney's, or like Dr. Michaud instruments that are smaller and are lighter and easier to use, but their validity and reliability is, unfortunately, have not been demonstrated yet. So, we have valid and reliable instruments, but they are too big and complicated, and also they are not available for buying, for example, and they are not good for clinical practice, okay? On the other hand, we have simpler and easier devices with that full validity and reliability, so they are not good for research. In this point, we identified a knowledge gap. Where's the knowledge gap? Can you change, please? Yes, knowledge gap. And we started to make questions. The first question was, well, how can we measure the range of motion of the first ray in a quick and easy and simple way? Due to the orientation of the articular axis of the first ray, it moves in the sagittal and frontal plane at the same time. So an instrument to measure the first ray mobility had to reflect this characteristic. The response to this first question, can you change, please? Yeah. Okay. The response was a new device that was patented with two arms with a curvature that these two arms slide smoothly one against the other and draw this curvature that represents the mobility of the first ray in the sagittal and frontal plane. Okay? Can you change, please? Well, the next question arises soon because we needed to know how is the real movement of the first ray? How must this curvature be? Can we use whatever? Please. Okay. No, before, please. Okay. So we did a study we studied anterior-posterior radiographs in 3 positions, with first ray in neutral position, with first ray maximally dorsiflexed, and with first ray maximally plantar flexed. And And we calculate the movement in the sagittal plane, studying the distance between the distal end of the medial malleolus to the intersesamoid crest. And we studied the movement in the frontal plane with an angle formed by the ground and a line connecting the intersesamoid crest and the superomedial tubercle of the first metatarsal head. This angle, please change, this angle increased with dorsiflexion and supination and decreased with plantar flexion and pronation. Change, please. So the response to question 2 was that, well, more or less, Ruth and colleagues and us have the same results. They show them clinically, and we have obtained them by means of research. The first ray more or less move 6 millimeters of dorsiflexion and 6 millimeters of plantar flexion, a little more dorsiflexion than plantar flexion in the sagittal plane, and it moves, well, near 3 degrees of supination with dorsal flexion and more or less 3 degrees of pronation with plantar flexion. That is 0.45 degrees of movement in frontal plane for every 1 millimeter of movement in sagittal plane, okay? Please. So, question 1 and question 2 led us to question 3. We manufacture a new device to quantify in an easy way the mobility of the first ray, but is this new device valid and reliable? We did a study in which compared the mobility of the first ray in normal and hallux valgus feet obtained on the one hand with the new device and on the other hand with radiographs. Change, please. And several statistical analysis gave us good results. For example, making comparisons with bootstrapping reported good p-values, which means that the variables showed different behavior depending on whether they belong to hallux valgus foot or normal feet. So they were included in the next statistical analysis, cluster analysis, that reported a coefficient, silhouette measure of cohesion and separation coefficient higher than 0.5, which means that these variables, dorsiflexion, plantar flexion, and total movement, have a good classification power. That means that the cluster analysis had good quality. Change, please. Also, another one. Also, Blan-Allman graph showed good agreement between the both methods, radiographs and manually. And finally, the rock analysis give us also good results. This means that the new device seems to be valid, okay? Another one, please. In order to study the intra and inter-observer reliability, 2 examiners did 2 measurements in 2 different days, separated by 10 to 30 days, both measurements. Can you change, please? Another one? Okay. And the intra-class correlation coefficient was in all cases higher than 0.75, which means that good reliability as well. So the response to question 3, is this new device valid and reliable? Yes, it is. But when used well, what mean used well? We have to put the vertical part of the higher piece on the neck of the second metatarsal. Then we have to hold the first metatarsal head and bring it to the neutral position, to the same plane of the lesser metatarsal heads. And from here, we have to move it to the maximally dorsiflexed position during supination, then bring it again to the neutral position and move it to the maximally plantar flexed position during pronation. This is the correct way to use this instrument to get valid and reliable results. Please. Another one? Okay. Other questions have arisen since then. For example, is the mobility of the first ray different in normal feet when we compare to hallux valgus feet? Well, the same study we used to validate the instrument gave us these results. We observed that total range of motion was similar between both groups. However, hallux valgus feet showed more dorsiflexion than normal feet. In many cases, hallux valgus initiates with the first ray with an increased dorsal flexion. This increased dorsal flexion is accompanied with an increased supination of the first metatarsal. In a moment, in the second half of this tense phase of gait, in a moment when the intrinsic muscles are trying to fix the hallux to the ground. And we have to remember that the sesamoids are partially encapsulated by this tendon of these muscles, okay? So, in this unstable situation, please, again, this increased movement of the first metatarsal is gradually making an erosion of the intersesamoid crest that leads it to gradually disappear. We can see these images, one of the normal foot up and one of hallux valgus foot without intersesamoid crest. Again, please. And what's next? In this situation, when flexor hallucis longus contracts, an abductor, again please, an abductor moment of the hallux appears that contributes to, again, increased lateral deviation of the hallux and medial deviation of the first metatarsal because of the displacement of the sesamoid with respect to the first metatarsal. Again, please. And the final result is known by all of us, isn't it? And we make another question, similar question, but with hallux limitus. And we did another study and observed that, again, the total range of motion was similar between both groups, normal feet and hallux limitus feet, but hallux limitus feet showed more dorsal flexion and less plantar flexion than normal feet. Please. First ray plantar flexion is a requirement to achieve the normal hallux dorsal flexion. Okay? Without first ray plantar flexion, hallux is able to achieve only maybe 20 to 30 degrees of dorsal flexion. Again, please. The reason is why is that when we have a first ray dorsiflexed, please, the center of rotation of the first metatarsophalangeal joint moves downward and forward. And in this situation, when hallux is going to dorsiflex, the dorsal half of the proximal phalanx base impacts with the dorsal half of the first metatarsal head. And this leads to osteophyte and bone proliferation, giving rise to, the next please, giving rise to the typical image of a hallux limitus or hallux rigidus of bone proliferation, especially, another one please, on the dorsal half of the first metatarsal head and the dorsal half of the first metatarsophalangeal joint. Another one. We have more questions, but we have no time enough to respond everything, and we are working on it. For example, okay. How is the mobility of the first ray in hallux valgus feet before and after a hallux valgus surgery? We are working on it. Another one, please. How can we improve the first ray mobility using an exercise program to strengthen the peroneus longus muscle? We are working on it as well. And the last one, what is the normal mobility of the first ray, but using the new measuring device? We are also working on it. But the main question of this work is, no? Oh, yes, I was confused. Okay, to summarize, we can remind our questions and our responses quickly. How can we measure the range of motion of the first ray in a quick, easy, and simple way? Please, with the new measuring device. Another one, please. How exactly is the motion of the first ray? How is the curvature? More or less 0.45 degrees in frontal plane for every millimeter of movement in sagittal plane. Another one, please. Is the new device valid and reliable? Yes, it is, but we have to use it well. Another one, please. Is the mobility of the first ray different in normal feet when compared to hallux valgus feet? Another one. Total range of motion is similar, but hallux valgus shows more dorsiflexion. And the last one, what about hallux limitus feet compared to normal feet? Again, similar total range of motion, but hallux valgus feet show more dorsal flexion and less plantar flexion. And the great question of this work is, have we got a quick, easy, valid, reliable, etc., way to measure the first ray mobility for clinical and research activities? And the response is yes, we have. Thank you very much for your attention.
Any question? Okay, please.
We choose to put it on the dorsal aspect because the plantar aspect has more soft tissues that could confuse the data. And also, Glassow is an author that has written a lot about the first ray and developed one of the valid instruments. They studied the difference between to measure the first ray mobility from the dorsal aspect and from the plantar aspect. And they obtained good validity and good reliability only when measuring the first ray from the dorsal aspect. So they don't recommend to use simple instruments on the plantar aspect.
And how does it translate when you say the stance of the first ray is neutral when you measure the dorsal side that it's even with the second ray? How does it translate to load bearing? Because in that case,
They translate to?
To load. Cuando va a carga.
Ah, okay.
because in that condition,
Well,
the first ray will be bigger, so higher.
yeah, well, don't know. We have tried to make easier the quantification of a maneuver that we used clinically, since Ruth and colleagues described. It's a clinical maneuver that we are used to employ, okay? And I don't know how to translate it for load. Don't know, Alfred.
If I may, because I think and that would be one of the problems with roots when they say subtalar joint position and all that stuff. Any relation, any reference to a neutral position leaves a lot of subjectivity.
Yeah.
So if you're putting, you think this is the neutral position, and then you're saying 6.5 degrees of dorsiflexion, and then 6.1 degree, 0.4 of a degree difference.
Wow.
I mean, that is so subject. Personally, I would see this more utilized for determining the range of motion of the first ray, because those are two instances where you cannot, there's no confusion. Maximum dorsiflexion,
Yes.
maximum transversion, and the amount of
But
rigid or non-rigid.
we have had any problem with one of the works because a PhD studying student is doing research on the normal values of first ray mobility with this device. But she wasn't do the protocol in a correct way, because she was placing the device on the dorsal aspect without bringing the first ray to a neutral position. We have to have an zero position, an initial position for every joint, and also for the first ray. She did not do this, and when she had measured 800 people, 800, okay, 800 people, we had to tell her that he had to make the measurements again. So we need a neutral position. We need a neutral position for the first ray. The same, we need a neutral position for the ankle joint, for the subtalar joint, and maybe it's subjective, but we need one position from which initiate the
I understand it perfectly, and I think I really believe in this question of, for example, of people that say it doesn't exist, of people say it's very unreliable. I say it relates to the amount of training that the person.
Yeah.
If with all due respect, you get a study where 10 physiotherapy students try to find something like this position, you will not go to get students like this. Yeah, but probably we should also think about new things like, not necessarily being so precise, maybe it was default with the original root model, when you have 4 degree, 4.1 degree, maybe that is too much, and that is where we realize that the amount of error that we can induce in the measurement itself might be sometimes greater than the range itself. So
Okay.
good points to think about.
Okay, thank you.
Last question, Javier.
The question is, when we can buy the device?
It's my question too. No. There's a company. Oh, okay, firstly, I will not receive any financial benefit if you buy this device, so I feel free to say what I am going to say. Yeah, because the owner of the patent is the University of Seville, not me, so don't mind. There's a company called Fixed Toe. They have a website, fixedtoecompany.com. that is interested in selling this device, and I'm waiting for the first prototype in the hotel here in Lisbon. They told me that yesterday it must have arrived, but I have asked in reception and no, they didn't know. So I hope today see for the first time the new version of the device. So Fixed Toe Company. I feel free to say it.
Okay,
Thank
it's
you
the
very
time
much.
to the breakfast. The coffee break is in, I don't know, it's Joao. Where is Joao? I don't know where he is. So, but if Joao can, it's okay, in the right. Okay, see you in 30 minutes. Thank you very much. Bueno, habéis salido todos.
So, hello, welcome back. Hope you had a good coffee break. So, after the very first interesting session that we had this morning, we go back to session 2 now, where this time we are going to be talking about a very, I think, important aspect, which is with regards to podiatry and the European law. So I would like to take this opportunity to first of all present our first speaker. So basically we have 4 presentations, and then we would like to do a discussion, a short discussion, a round table between all of you, so that we can discuss the situation of podiatry in Europe. So I would like to first of all present the first speaker, who is Mr. Manuel Portela. He is the board president of the Portuguese Podiatry Association, and Dr. Portela will be giving us a presentation entitled The Podiatry in Portugal, Organization of the National Health System in Portugal and the Integration of Podiatry. Welcome.
Muito bom dia a todos. Começo por cumprimentar a organização destas jornadas, deste encontro, deste meeting. Cumprimento os membros da ENPODHE. Cumprimento a Escola Superior da Cruz Vermelha Portuguesa na pessoa do professor João Martiniano, enquanto membro da ENPODHE e coordenador de curso. Cumprimento todos os colegas, cumprimento os alunos de Podologia, sejam todos muito bem-vindos. Vou fazer a minha apresentação em português, os slides serão em inglês para que possam seguir a minha apresentação e agradeço o convite para estar presente neste meeting e para partilhar convosco aquilo que é o presente e o futuro da podologia. Mas nós, para falarmos do presente e do futuro, temos de falar um pouco da história da podologia também em Portugal. Porque o futuro é sempre feito da história e a história é um momento de aprendizagem. E por isso é importante recordarmos que nós começamos com o ensino da podologia em Portugal em 1994. Portanto, foi um dos primeiros países da Europa a ter o curso de podologia no ensino universitário português. Foi pelas mãos do médico, Dr. Domingos Gomes, médico especialista em medicina desportiva, que iniciou o curso de podologia em Portugal. Na altura, em 1994, ainda enquanto curso de bacharelato, 3 anos de formação universitária e depois, mais tarde, no ano 2000, passou a ser um curso de licenciatura. Provavelmente foi dos primeiros cursos de licenciatura na Europa. Fomos os últimos a começar e provavelmente os primeiros a ter o grau de licenciatura em Portugal e na Europa. Aliás, recordo que muitos dos colegas que aqui estão hoje de Espanha, que vejo aqui alguns, com muito agrado e com muito gosto e com muito prazer, muitos deles vieram fazer o curso de licenciatura a Portugal. Portanto, vieram complementar a sua formação a Portugal. Muitos dos que eu aqui vejo, com muito gosto e com muito prazer. E, portanto, foi em 1994 que nós começamos com o ensino da podologia em Portugal. Em 1999 foi criada a Associação Portuguesa de Podologia. E, portanto, foram alguns marcos que a podologia tem dado em Portugal e que tem-se pautado pelas organizações do ponto de vista de formação contínua, do próprio, a defesa daquilo que são os direitos e os deveres dos podologistas, negociação com as entidades responsáveis pela regulamentação da profissão, são e continuam a ser os desígnios da Associação Portuguesa de Podologia, que representa hoje cerca de 600 podologistas licenciados em Portugal. tivemos algumas colaborações e temos e mantemos uma colaboração muito estreita com a Universidade de Barcelona. Temos também uma colaboração com a própria Universidade de Temple, que fizemos alguns cursos em associação, quer em Portugal, quer na própria em Filadélfia. E desde 2010, 2011, que com o governo da 12ª legislatura, encetamos um conjunto de negociações que já vinham a acontecer há muitos anos, relativamente à regulamentação da profissão. O que acontecia em Portugal é que existia, de facto, um conjunto de profissionais licenciados, com a licenciatura em Podologia, e que não tinham acesso a uma profissão regulada. Porque, na verdade, a Podologia começou tarde, mas começou bem, porque começou com um nível universitário. Portanto, não existem cursos técnicos, não existem cursos nível 2, nível 3, como existem noutros países, também na Europa. Nós, em Portugal, quando começamos de facto como formação universitária. E o paradigma que nós tínhamos era que o Estado português, que tinha autorizado o funcionamento de um curso de licenciatura em Podologia e depois não acompanhou com a devida regulamentação para a criação da profissão de podologista. E essa regulamentação só aconteceu em 2014. 2014 foi quando nós tivemos a aprovação da Lei 65/2014, que é a lei em Portugal que estabelece o regime de acesso à profissão, que define quais são os critérios para ter acesso à profissão e que define quais são os atos de podologia que efetivamente os podologistas podem praticar. E, portanto, em 2014, reparem que foram 20 anos, depois de começarmos o ensino da podologia em Portugal em 1994, só em 2014, 20 anos depois, é que nós tivemos esse reconhecimento da profissão. Mas importa dizer que esse reconhecimento da profissão foi ao encontro daquilo que a associação desejava e almejava e defendia para os seus profissionais. Porque não interessava ter uma regulamentação de qualquer forma. Era importante que essa regulamentação fosse ao encontro daquilo que eram as necessidades, que fosse ao encontro das melhores práticas internacionais e que defendesse o interesse dos doentes e o interesse dos podologistas. E por isso nós temos, de facto, atualmente 2 cursos de licenciatura em Portugal. São 2 cursos que estão adequados àquilo que é o processo de Bolonha, que nos permite, são cursos com 240 ECTS, portanto com créditos europeus, perfeitamente reconhecidos em qualquer parte da Europa, em que nós temos os nossos alunos que já se formaram e que pretendem ou que vão trabalhar para outro Estado-membro, que são reconhecidos, é reconhecida a sua competência e são rapidamente integrados no sistema de saúde do país em que pretendem exercer a sua atividade. E, portanto, são 2 cursos reconhecidos, um que começou em 1994 e outro que começou em 2018. Saem este ano os primeiros licenciados. Para além do curso de licenciatura de 240 ECTS, temos neste momento 2 cursos creditados pela Agência de Avaliação do Ensino Superior, que são 2 cursos de Masters oficiais, de 120 créditos, 120 ECTS, um na área da podiatria infantil e outro na área da podiatria do exercício físico e do desporto. Já tivemos mais 2 cursos de mestrado creditados, um na área da podiatria geriátrica e outro na área da podiatria clínica. Mas, de facto, tivemos 4 cursos a funcionar em simultâneo e, portanto, neste momento, só estes 2 cursos é que se ainda encontram acreditados. E temos uma parceria com a Universidade de Barcelona, precisamente por esta possibilidade de mobilidade entre os nossos alunos que vão para Barcelona e podem complementar lá a sua formação, mas o que tem acontecido é que são alunos da Universidade de Barcelona que fazem um master próprio da universidade e depois vêm complementar o Master oficial a Portugal, fazendo mais um ano de formação, nomeadamente naquilo que é o estágio, e portanto temos tido esta relação interuniversitária entre a CESPO e a Universidade de Barcelona. E de facto, quando nós falamos da profissão de podologista em Portugal, acho que os podologistas portugueses podem se orgulhar, de facto, de terem uma profissão regulamentada e uma profissão reconhecida àquilo que é ou são as melhores práticas internacionais. Nós temos uma profissão que tem como desígnio o profissional de podologia como um profissional autónomo, do ponto de vista de intervenção, quer na área da investigação, quer na área da prevenção, quer na área do diagnóstico, quer na área do tratamento. E quando nós olhamos hoje para grande parte das profissões não médicas, chamadas profissões paramédicas, são as profissões não médicas, temos muitos constrangimentos do ponto de vista de hierarquias, temos muitos constrangimentos do ponto de vista de autonomia técnica e autonomia clínica. E a podologia hoje, em Portugal, é das poucas profissões não médicas que tem essa autonomia técnica, que tem essa autonomia clínica do ponto de vista de decisão, do ponto de vista de diagnóstico e do ponto de vista de tratamento. Aliás, a palavra diagnóstico é das poucas palavras que é quase vedada àquilo que é o exercício única e exclusivamente da medicina. Portanto, o diagnóstico está praticamente vedado à prática clínica médica. E os podologistas em Portugal, à semelhança daquilo que acontece noutros países, nomeadamente em Espanha, faz parte da sua intervenção o diagnóstico. E, portanto, o diagnóstico é primordial e é fundamental para qualquer prática do ponto de vista de tratamento. E, por isso, é importante nós investirmos cada vez mais na investigação, é importante nós investirmos cada vez mais na formação e numa formação qualificada. E, por isso, é, de facto, o reconhecimento que faço, enquanto Presidente da Associação Portuguesa de Podologia, à CESPO e à Escola Superior de Saúde da Cruz Vermelha Portuguesa, por esta aposta e pela contínua aposta naquilo que é um ensino de qualidade. Porque nós, de facto, temos uma profissão reconhecida, com autonomia profissional, mas é muito importante que os nossos profissionais, os nossos futuros profissionais, de facto tenham formação que lhes dê acesso a uma profissão competente e uma profissão que, de facto, tem particularidades muito importantes, como é o caso da podologia. E nós, de facto, temos uma profissão que vai ao encontro das necessidades dos doentes. Os doentes têm, de facto, a necessidade de terem profissionais qualificados para a área do diagnóstico e do tratamento do pé. O tratamento do pé, há muitos anos, era uma lacuna que existia na área das ciências médicas. Ou era a ortopedia, ou era a dermatologia, ou era a medicina interna, ou era a enfermagem. Quer dizer, era uma área cinzenta que não havia ninguém especializado na área do pé. E eu costumo dizer que, eu vou citar o Dr. Domingos Gomes, que diz que os pés que cheiram mal, e portanto as pessoas não gostam de pés porque os pés efetivamente cheiram mal. E há áreas realmente em que os próprios profissionais de saúde pouco se interessam pelos pés. Porque nomeadamente a cirurgia, é uma cirurgia barata. Dá muito mais dinheiro fazer uma cirurgia a um joelho, fazer uma cirurgia a uma anca, fazer a cirurgia à coluna, do que fazer uma cirurgia a um hálux valgus ou um dedo em garra. E, portanto, mesmo as próprias especialidades médicas cirúrgicas, pouco ou nada se dedicaram ao pé. Hoje, o paradigma começa a mudar um bocadinho. Mas a população precisa de um profissional que se dedique, que tenha conhecimento específico naquilo que é a patologia do pé, do ponto de vista de diagnóstico e tratamento, e a podologia realmente vem dar uma resposta fundamental a esta lacuna e a estas dificuldades. E nós hoje temos muitas necessidades em termos de podologistas. Na área infantil, hoje deveria existir uma normativa que, da mesma forma que recomenda que uma criança com 3 ou 4 anos de idade deve fazer uma consulta de saúde oral no médico, no especialista de medicina dentária, que é recomendada pelo pediatra, deveria existir uma consulta de saúde podológica, porque é nos primeiros passos que nós podemos fazer a diferença. Nós sabemos hoje quais são os fatores predisponentes e determinantes para o aparecimento de patologias que aparecem em idade adulta. E há muitas desses sinais que estão presentes nos primeiros passos que o podologista pode fazer a diferença com tratamentos conservadores, sem tratamento invasivos, e podemos melhorar a qualidade de vida destas crianças no presente e no futuro. Na área do desporto, todos nós sabemos que a prática desportiva hoje, se não tivermos uns pés em condições, o que seriam do nosso Cristiano Ronaldo. Portanto, é importante, de facto, termos os pés sempre muito bem tratados. Até à idade sénior. Nós sabemos hoje, por exemplo, que a maior parte das quedas que nós temos nos séniores são motivadas por terem problemas nos pés. Muitas destas quedas são causas de internamento prolongado e são causa de morte precoce. Se nós mudarmos o paradigma da atenção aos pés dos nossos idosos, se os calçarmos melhor, se tratarmos melhor os pés dos nossos idosos, eles vão viver mais e vão viver melhor. O pé diabético, todos sabemos que é uma catástrofe. É uma verdadeira pandemia. Atinge milhões e milhões de pessoas por todo o mundo. E em Portugal, para termos uma ideia, nós fazemos cerca de 1.500 amputações major por ano. O Estado português gasta 25 milhões de euros ano em amputações. 25 milhões de euros ano em amputações. Não na prevenção. Gasta provavelmente muito menos na prevenção do que nas amputações. Aliás, há uma frase do Bernard Shaw que diz o seguinte: paga-se tanto dinheiro a um médico para amputar uma perna e nada para a salvar. E os números falam por si. Como sabem, a podologia começou na Zona Norte em 1994. O primeiro hospital público a ter consulta de podologia foi o Hospital Geral de Santo António. Tem consulta de podologia desde 1998 ou 99. As taxas de amputação na Zona Norte são 3 vezes menos do que, por exemplo, se nós compararmos com a região de Lisboa e Val do Tejo, a zona de Lisboa. Não podemos comparar o Alentejo, porque provavelmente teremos outros dados sociodemográficos que nos podem levar a compreender esses números. Mas os cuidados de saúde no Porto ou em Lisboa são os mesmos. Qual é a grande diferença? É a consulta de podologia. O podologista, de facto, faz a diferença. Porque se nós soubermos quais são esses fatores determinantes, nós conseguimos evitar as amputações. E nós, neste momento, temos cerca de 15 hospitais públicos. 15 hospitais públicos com consulta de podologia. E alguns destes hospitais já têm mais que um podologista no serviço. O Hospital de Santo António tem 3, o Centro Hospitalar de Tâmega Sousa tem 2, e portanto já temos vários podologistas a trabalhar nos hospitais públicos, na consulta de podologia. As consultas de podologia nos hospitais têm diferentes organizações e diferentes orientações. Temos consultas multidisciplinares, que funcionam em grupo, e temos consultas externas que funcionam separadamente. Portanto, de facto, o melhor modelo é a consulta multidisciplinar, em que os profissionais estão no mesmo espaço, partilham opinião, partilham o doente e não temos o doente a andar de um lado para o outro. Só que este sistema está invertido, porque não é nos hospitais que faz falta a consulta de podologia. A consulta de podologia nos hospitais são para os cuidados diferenciados. A consulta de podologia tem de existir nos cuidados primários. É nos centros de saúde que elas têm de existir. É na prevenção. Não vale a pena continuar a apostar nas amputações. Temos de apostar na prevenção. E não pode um doente sair de Trás-os-Montes, Alto Douro, e vir ao Hospital de Santo António e fazer 200 km para cada lado ou 150 km para vir uma consulta de prevenção de pé diabético. Quais são os custos que estão associados? Só os custos de transporte pagaria um podologista ao ordenado durante um ano. E, portanto, este paradigma tem de facto de mudar. Nós temos de apostar na prevenção, temos de apostar nas consultas de podologia no pé diabético. E por isso a Associação Portuguesa de Podologia tem-se debatido e, de facto, percebemos que há uma luz ao fundo do túnel. No último programa, no chamado PRR, há um projeto que foi aprovado, esperemos que seja executado, para a criação de 50 consultas de podologia nos cuidados de saúde primários. 50 consultas de podologia nos cuidados de saúde primários, com 2 consultórios de podologia por cada unidade. Portanto, estamos a falar, provavelmente, numa possibilidade de podermos levar mais qualidade de vida, melhores cuidados aos nossos doentes diabéticos e conseguirmos reduzir um pouco estas taxas de amputação. Só que vamos ter aqui um problema. É que nós temos a necessidade, vamos criar condições para que a população tenha esses cuidados e não vamos ter profissionais suficientes para dar resposta. Não temos profissionais de podologia suficientes para dar resposta a essas necessidades. É um facto. E é algo que eu ainda não consegui entender. Como é que os jovens continuam a apostar em cursos, muitos deles sem saídas profissionais, e continuamos a ter a curso ou a profissão de podologista com 600 podologistas para dar resposta a mais de 10 milhões de habitantes. E, portanto, onde temos 12% da população portuguesa diabética. E destes 12% estamos a falar de muita gente que precisa de cuidado de saúde em podologia. E, portanto, a empregabilidade, 98% dos podologistas estão a trabalhar em podologia. E provavelmente os 2% que ali não estão, não é porque não têm emprego, é porque provavelmente optaram por outra carreira qualquer. Portanto, isto são dados são dados oficiais, portanto 98% dos licenciados em podologia estão efetivamente a exercer na área. E nós continuamos a não ter respostas, professor João. Continuamos a temos 2 cursos, 2 ofertas formativas de excelente qualidade, com, de facto, 2 escolas de referência, uma histórica na área das ciências da saúde, como é a Escola da Cruz Vermelha Portuguesa, a CESP com história, nomeadamente no ensino da área da podologia. Temos as necessidades, temos empregabilidade, conseguimos garantir emprego a estes jovens todos. Os que terminaram a licenciatura o ano passado, todos eles estão a trabalhar, todos eles. Portanto, acabaram o curso em julho. Alguns deles ainda não tinham acabado o curso e já tinham uma oferta de emprego. Portanto, fica de facto o desafio para também passarmos esta palavra e levarmos esta palavra realmente de uma profissão que tem necessidades. O que é que ainda é necessário fazer? A regulamentação da profissão, e eu termino já. A regulamentação da profissão é uma regulamentação muito abrangente e muito bem feita. E eu resumo, o podologista, em Portugal, é o profissional de saúde responsável pela investigação, prevenção, diagnóstico e tratamento das patologias do pé. Ponto final. Portanto, se ele é responsável pela investigação, pelo estudo, pela prevenção, pelo diagnóstico e pelo tratamento das patologias do pé, ele tem de ter as ferramentas necessárias para poder dar resposta aos doentes. E tem e dá essas respostas com todas as metodologias que ele tem ao seu dispor. A pequena cirurgia, o podologista em Portugal faz cirurgia, tem acesso às melhores práticas do ponto de vista de práticas, nomeadamente académicas, e cursos de pós-graduação na área da cirurgia, tem a possibilidade de fazer esse diagnóstico e executar esse plano de tratamento, só que temos aqui um problema, é que os utentes que vêm à consulta de podologia não têm acesso à receita médica que têm quando vão ao médico ou ao médico dentista. Eu costumo dizer, não é o podologista que não tem acesso à prescrição, é o utente que não tem direito a que os seus medicamentos lhe sejam comparticipados pelo Estado, tal e qual como quando vai a outra especialidade qualquer. Porque, de facto, o podologista tem autonomia no diagnóstico e no tratamento. Então, se ele diagnostica uma infecção no pé diabético, ele não pode e não deve intervir imediatamente. Perdemos há 1 ano ou 2 atrás uma das pessoas mais conhecedoras daquilo que é medicina legal em Portugal, o professor Pinto da Costa. E o professor Pinto da Costa, que é irmão do presidente do Flóculo do Porto, que era médico, o professor João conhecia, e o professor Pinto da Costa dizia o seguinte, que era da área da medicina legal. Um crime, será um podologista ter formação académica na área da farmacologia e da medicina podiátrica e saber que tem de administrar um antibiótico a um doente que está em risco de fazer uma sepsis ou fazer uma amputação de uma perna e não o fazer porque a lei ainda tem algumas lacunas nesse sentido. Isso é que será um crime. Portanto, se vocês têm competência académica, se a vossa profissão permite que lhes façam o diagnóstico e o tratamento, tratem e mediquem os vossos doentes. Esta lacuna é algo que a Associação Portuguesa de Podologia está a trabalhar para que realmente seja resolvida, à semelhança daquilo que já acontece noutros países, nomeadamente com a nossa vizinha Espanha, que continua a ser um país de referência e que foi sempre um país de referência para a podologia. É importante que os programas de formação académica que sejam cada vez mais consolidados, que sejam programas abrangentes, que tenhamos nesses programas de formação que se mantenha uma formação abrangente e alargada no âmbito podológico e no âmbito médico. É muito importante, não podemos descurar nunca a formação. A formação tem de ser exigente, os programas têm de ser adequados, é fundamental. Nós só podemos almejar ou reclamar algo quando temos competência para esse efeito. Nunca podemos reclamar uma competência ou um ato quando não temos a competência académica para o fazer. É importante a criação de especialidades na podologia. Elas existem, seja no âmbito da especialidade propriamente dita da quiropodologia, da biomecânica, da ortopodologia, ou no âmbito da intervenção, da podologia infantil, desportiva, pé-diabética, etc. Aliás, nós temos os mestrados que já vão nesse sentido, do ponto de vista da orientação para a própria especialidade, mas é importante a criação das especialidades. É importante a criação de uma carreira. Nós, em Portugal, temos 90% ou 95% dos podologistas que trabalham no setor privado e não querem trabalhar para o Serviço Nacional de Saúde, porque eles vão trabalhar para o Serviço Nacional de Saúde, fazer 35 ou 40 horas para ganhar 1000 euros. Portanto, a maior parte deles ganham isso durante 2 ou 3 dias no consultório, portanto, não querem ir para o Serviço Nacional de Saúde. Mas aqueles que vão para o Serviço Nacional de Saúde, porque fazem falta e é uma missão, são equiparados a técnicos de diagnóstico e terapêutica. E o podologista, perante a sua formação, o seu enquadramento legal e a sua responsabilidade na decisão clínica, no ato diagnóstico, de prescrever o plano de tratamento e executá-lo, tem uma responsabilidade acrescida daquilo que é um técnico de diagnóstico e terapêutica puro e simples. Portanto, não desprestigiando de forma nenhuma, mas de facto o podologista tem uma responsabilidade acrescida e tem de ser reconhecido como tal. Portanto, tem de ser criada uma carreira, nomeadamente no serviço público, da carreira de podologista. A Associação Portuguesa de Podologia é uma associação com mais de 20 anos, mas de facto é uma associação de direito privado. Quem efetivamente regula o exercício da profissão são os organismos estatais, desde a CSS, que emite as cédulas profissionais, desde a Inspeção-Geral de Atividades em Saúde, que faz as inspeções à atividade do podologista, desde a Entidade Reguladora da Saúde, e, portanto, esta verificação, digamos assim, das condições acaba por se diluir de organismo em organismo, sem que realmente exista uma entidade com conhecimento e com capacidade para poder verificar, fiscalizar, adaptar medidas preventivas e educativas para que seja uma podologia de facto de qualidade. E para isso precisamos que a Associação Portuguesa de Podologia seja reconhecida como uma ordem profissional, portanto, como uma associação de direito público. E, portanto, penso que temos aqui 3 ou 4 daquilo que são os desígnios do futuro da podologia, mas acredito que, de facto, cada vez mais nós estamos num mundo cada vez mais globalizado e é muito importante nós termos sempre como referência os países que têm, de facto, que estão sempre um passo à frente. Portanto, deve ser sempre aquilo que nós devemos, todos nós, almejar e fazer-nos acompanhar por aquilo que são as melhores práticas internacionais. Porque hoje já não existe um país. O país hoje, pelo menos o nosso país é a Europa. Portanto, nós não podemos ter uma prática diferente em Espanha, ter uma prática diferente em Portugal, termos uma prática diferente na Alemanha, ou termos uma prática diferente na Bélgica ou em Malta. Portanto, nós temos de ter uma podologia única. E essa podologia única só se pode reger por um objetivo e por uma meta. São as melhores práticas que se fazem a nível internacional. Muito obrigado, bem-aja e obrigado pelo convite.
Thank you very much, Dr. Portella. I would like now to invite Dr. Teresa Magalhães, sorry for the pronunciation, National School of Public Health, Nova University, Portugal, to give us her presentation on digital transition in healthcare, present and future.
I'd like to thank the European Network of Podiatry in Higher Education for the invitation in the person of the Professor João Martinian. Thank you it's a pleasure to be here and to incentivize the digital health in podiatry. I'm also a professor at the National Public Health School and also an hospital manager. And with this presentation, I will give you some insights of the digital health challenges in health as a whole, and I expect a little on podiatry. So, and I began by presenting you with this chart that shows the overall growth of data in all domains. The large volume of data grows exponentially and is faster than the ability of organizations to maintain it. In a recent study, one of the main concerns of companies is not being prepared for this rapid evolution of data and the risk of being left behind. And recognizing also that the data is extremely valuable to their organization. So, so the health sector, the health area is no different. And it's been one of the areas that has grown the most in recent years. To get an idea, about 80% of data that is produced are not used, but in two questions here. Is the data that we are collecting too much, or how to get as much potential as possible from this data in the future? In this graphic, you can see the electronic health records that are expected to increase in the next years. And here, the remote monitoring will play an important role in the market value of smart hospitals, with a huge growth in value in the next years. These issues raise challenges on information governance. In healthcare, we manage a lot of information and the volume of data continues to grow, as you saw. In addition, organizations are creating and storing a variety of new types of information, and also that information are subject and vulnerable to a conflict of potential cybersecurity failures because we increasingly depend on systems. So, how we are in terms of digital transformation to overtake those challenges in terms of institutions and also in a national and European basis. So nations broadly follow a similar path to digital maturity, beginning with unstructured data capture and progressing towards connected databases that facilitate advanced analytics. And this evolution requires significant investment and regulatory support to connect the wide range of systems in use. The digital transformation can be defined here as a shifting the system's ability to create value through its use of advanced technology. Here you can see where the different European countries, nations, are standing in terms of digital performance in 4 dimensions: the human capital, connectivity, companies, and public sector. Portugal here is in the 15th place, behind the European Union media. But in the healthcare sector, globally, the lower relative scores show how challenging the task is for healthcare and government. but even more in Europe compared to the United States. There is a tremendous gap compared to other industries and a huge opportunity to advance. And we see here, but we also have good experience in Europe with the North countries with high levels of maturity in this IQVIA digital health system maturity scores that were built in 3 pillars: the initiatives, the infrastructure, and also the implementation on digital health. And inside the healthcare industry, you can see that the leading role in the medtech is obvious, and it's curious to see that the pharmaceutical companies on the right, on the left side, that have huge investments, of course, on medicines innovations, stay so behind on this matter of digital transformation, digital health. And the evidence suggests that there are shared teams between countries that have succeeded in creating digital healthcare systems as a dedicated strategy with a clear vision for digital in the countries. And the vision and also the vision is being built by the World Health Organization on the European region, where the global strategy is, of course, to improve health outcomes for everyone and everywhere by accelerating the development and adoption of digital health solutions to prevent, detect, and respond to epidemics and pandemics, and also to develop infrastructure and applications that enable countries to use health data to promote health and well-being. And of course, also podiatry have a responsive paper also in this. So what can we expect from the digital health? That we will be challenged in the future with increasingly developed and more connected systems. But the question is, how are we going to use the data so that it contributes to real health outcomes? And digital health can be the engine for digital transformation. And in fact, the use of technologies such as smartphones, wearables, social networks, and internet applications is not only changing the way we communicate, but is also providing innovative ways to monitor our health and well-being, and give us greater access to information. And what is the potential for health organizations? Waste in health organizations is a recurrently spoken topic. According to several studies, about 20% of health spending is wasteful. And here is a huge opportunity to reallocate these wastes in activities that really make the difference. We know that many of the diseases can be prevented and others can be delayed in their appearance. And reducing the burden of the disease is one of the objectives, and in which digital health and better use of data we already have plays a very important role, namely in disease prevention and health promotion. The key here is to create value. Technology has to create this value for professionals, but for patients also. And we have to understand it, and we have to be able to measure it. So when we talk about digital transformation, we talk about this ability to generate value and manage change. And we see the opportunity that Portugal have to reduce the burden of non-communicable disease here with opportunity of 31%. And you can see this graphic also in Europe and all the countries. And here, what are the specialties with the higher potential? Here, we see radiology, pathology, the sports medicine that have to do also with podiatry and surgery. Some of it will be substituted by repetitive components, and also will be depending on technology. And is expected also that in 5 years, the majority of first interaction visits on primary care will be virtual, as also the continuing of care. And where we are. Here you can see the investment in the world of apps in the last years with a tendency to grow, but stabilizing here in terms of number. We want better but more effective apps, and mainly in areas to control diseases, but also well-being in the pathology areas of mental health, the diabetes and heart. In recent years, also AI, artificial intelligence, has attracted more and more research interest in medicine. Numerous studies have evaluated various aspects in the healthcare system, reporting the progress in AI involvement in the prevention, screening, and treatment of diseases and predictions of the prognosis. Here, a recent study shows how AI can predict better than humans in the cardiology area. But still, AI is a tool to support better decisions. In here, some projects that we have already in place in Portugal. This is the remote monitoring of patients at home hospitalization in a Portuguese hospital. And this is a project with AI on identifying lesions in the skin between the primary care and hospital care. Also, this paper was published by a university hospital here in Lisbon with this team about telemonitoring in chronic heart failure with very good results on mortality versus the traditional care. And it's good to know that we have evidence, we are starting to have evidence on these technologies. And also this, and here we have the food power. We already find products in the market as a device to control health as a whole, and also they fit with scientific evidence in that left-hand side. I found several already papers and evidence on these and on another teams, but this is a path, and you are making your path also in technology. And what providers think. We have done this digital health barometer last year in the perspective of leaders and participated 23 hospitals and 5 primary care institutions. And we can see that 56% found telehealth as a priority for the institution, and almost all do teleconsultations, and 70% have remote monitoring projects implemented. Low telehealth literacy and lack of motivation and training of professions are founded barriers to telehealth development, and we got to work on this. And 55% consider also, as a facilitator in the adoption of AI, the recognition by health professions of the benefits of integrating AI into their day-to-day. 72% report also that the environment for innovation and digital health investment will improve in the next 12 months. So there is a good environment for developing these projects. What are our 2030 vision? We have we made this book that was released on December 2021, and I highlight this vision point to 2030 on digital transformation in health, mainly provide health institutions with new forms of work, with trained professionals with digital health skills and leadership skills. This will be essential to have digital health projects in place. Our National Public Health Schools portfolio, we have several already papers on this. We have 4 PhD undergoing on this area. We have master thesis and post-graduation thesis also. And we have 2 courses on the digital health. We have a digital health executive course with a post-graduation of 6 months, 120 hours, 30 ACTS. And we also have these basics on digital health with the RIS Academy of AIT Health, a European network, that we have made the first edition last year, and we will have a second edition this year. We had on the first edition 120 students for all Europe, and was a very good experience of exchanges on this area. So thank you. I'm available for you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Teresa, for that very interesting talk on e-health and digital transformation in healthcare. I think it is the future, and I hope we will have the opportunity to open a bit the discussion after our talks, but I know we are running a bit late. Now I would like to present the next speaker. This for sure I will pronounce well. It's Professor Alfred Gatt from the University of Malta, Faculty of Health Sciences, who will be talking about the future of podiatry in Europe, together for a better profession.
So, good morning again. Normally I would be here presenting our latest research. I have a lot of that going on, and we're very excited, but I decided to take a step back and look at podiatry as a profession, because I think that as podiatrists we highly underrate ourselves, and maybe we feel that because maybe we look at the feet, because there's the paper actually about this, about people, podiatrists looking at the feet and dentists looking at the head. There is a paper, and I think we are very important. And I would like to bring diabetic foot as an example, okay, on the importance of podiatry. So if we look at this study, which looked at trends in amputation in 1990, compared to 2017, you'll see that the trends have remained the same. amputations have not decreased significantly. Okay? There are some areas where amputations have even increased slightly. And we're talking, you know, a 27-year gap. 27 years. You know? And basically, I think that the podiatrists have a very potential impact on doing this, on getting this, making it better, and reducing these trends. Okay, so as you can see, more or less, they are the same all over Europe. Podiatrists are very important in the multidisciplinary team when treating the diabetic foot, okay? And as studies have shown that the intervention of the podiatrists have resulted in some countries, in some reduction in trends, in amputations. This is a paper that came out last year. It wasn't done by podiatrists, actually in Malta, where I come from, and where they realized that 60% of the amputees had not been to a podiatrist. Okay? So the vascular surgeon who led this study, you know, thinks that it is one of the main reasons why these people have these amputations. So each member of the multidisciplinary team has specific skills. I'm sure you all agree. The diabetologist will have specific skills, the physiotherapist will have specific skills, the vascular surgeon has specific skills, and even the podiatrist. We must not forget that as podiatrists, we have a lot of skills that other professions do not. And I think we should focus on that more. We should elaborate on that more, and we should increase the competencies, the level of competencies that we already have. Okay? We all know that as podiatrists, the basic skill is to do a detailed examination of the foot. The management of so-called minor foot conditions. A minor foot condition, a simple hammer toe, will cause an ulcer and will cause osteomyelitis, amputation. But I've seen podiatrists, I've seen Alfonso, let me, yeah, he's the guy who's going, you know, do an extensor tenotomy in 3 minutes. You know, and that's the amount of skill that, as a podiatry profession, we have. I mean, you're telling me that most of us cannot do an osteotomy, but tenotomy, yes, but it is part of the profession. There are other things that we can do. Start off, vascular examination. We know issues with vascular examinations. We know how to read the Doppler, hopefully. I mean, that should be one of the most basic skills of any podiatrist. We know the problems of using ABPIs, ankle brachial pressure index, and that's why most of us should use TBPI or waveform analysis, where we have shown that Doppler waveform analysis with trained podiatrists is very, very, very reliable. Had a reliability coefficient of about 0.9, above 0.9. Neurological examinations, isn't this something we do as well? And aren't we aware that neurological tests might produce different results? Okay? But if we had to have other practitioners doing these tests, they might not be aware of the problems. Like ABPI, I might have a patient with an ABPI of 1 and have arterial calcification, but if I am not trained as a podiatrist, I would not realize that that 1, which denotes a perfect circulation, no? in a patient with PAD would be 1 because of calcification. Why? Because, yeah, I wouldn't have the competences of a podiatrist. What about biomechanical skills? Well, at least that is one of the, common areas in podiatry. And offloading diabetic foot, areas of at risk of ulceration, applying our biomechanical skills to design offloading devices. Not only that, because a large percentage of patients with, I'm using diabetes only as an example, because it's not only diabetes, okay? But we know that the most glamorous area where we can, use our might, sort of, is in diabetes, okay? Where diabetes, because of, the deposition of glucose in the soft tissue, will produce a lot of changes, okay, in the structure of the foot. And these so-called minor conditions need to be treated. And this is one of our earlier studies where we found that, look, actually about almost 50% of our patients had hallux valgus in Malta. And these were patients visiting a regular health center. They were not high-risk patients or anything like that. Even diabetes itself, that diabetes itself, the duration of diabetes, increases plantar pressure. So we all know how to look at plantar pressure, how to evaluate plantar pressure. And as Professor Deschamps had mentioned earlier, there are now guidelines, like more than 200. Okay, if it's more than 200 kilopascals, you need to look at it. In our case, our patients with no deformities at all, but having a longer duration of diabetes, we had an average of about 350 kilopascals in these healthy diabetic patients without deformities. So we see that even diabetes itself raises the loading on the foot because, again, of the deposition of glucose in the soft tissues, which makes them stiffer. Yeah. For us, how many of these do we see? A GP refers a patient like this, eats a simple corn, go to the podiatrist, and boom, you find not 1, 2 ulcers on the apex of the toe. It's something that we can manage so well. And we know that even a simple, what we might call a simple amputation of just 1 toe is just the beginning. And then the second toe, and then the third toe, and then the part of the foot, and then the foot, and so forth. And we know how to apply biomechanical concepts to these patients. And most importantly, we know how to offload them. And not just offload them, but measure and see how effective our treatment is, okay? And measure again to make it even more effective. We have the skills using in-shoe pressure mapping, for example, to do this. Obviously, advice on footwear is so important, no? Good shoes. We're in the best position to advise good shoes. And I might have some people who wear tight shoes. Oops. Tight-fitting shoes, all these tight-fitting shoes that my colleague is wearing there. It's disgraceful, but anyway. Now, why am I saying all this? Obviously, podiatry is not just foot ulcer care. There is rheumatology, there is podopediatrics, podogeriatrics, clinical biomechanics, sports medicine, orthosis, a lot. And even new emerging topics like forensic podiatry. That's an exciting new one. Or emergency podiatry. You know, how many emergency departments do you find a podiatrist? No one. No? But you find a physiotherapist to treat your foot problem, the patient with a foot problem. You'll find a physiotherapist to treat that. So, to come back to my original title, you'll say, what does all this have to do with the title, you know? So, I was looking this morning at the associations, the countries who are in FIP. And there are 23 members of FIP, I found out this morning. And there's like Belgium, Czech Republic, Denmark, Finland. Sorry, I can't see it because there's a reflection there. I don't know which country this is. Fédération Nationale des Podologues. France, no? France, yes. Germany, Greece, Ireland, Italy, Malta, Norway, Poland. You'd be, how do you say it? Saying like, how come there are even associations of podiatry where there is no podiatry? Like, for example, in the Czech Republic, and I think also in Poland. Okay? So, the dentist, I always say this, is a dentist. Wherever you go, a dentist is a dentist. Okay? Once I had an argument with a very well-known diabetologist who was saying, you know, maybe you have a podiatrist and you have a lower grade of a podiatrist and then you have a lower grade. And, you know, I told her, do you have a mini dentist or a mini dermatologist or a mini, you know, a podiatrist is a podiatrist. Nothing mini, nothing less. And then you have this minimum level. And then from there, you can go up. You cannot go down. Because we cannot let our patients be treated by professionals. If they are professionals, these professionals shouldn't be of a lower quality because we say, oh, no, but it takes too long to train a podiatrist. It takes a long time to treat a dentist. And without removing any important, I mean, if my tooth falls off, well, I can do another one, but if my foot has to be amputated, that's for me, that's... Okay, so more or less the competences of podiatrists over Europe, and it's the majority of the members of FIP, right? I think there are about 17 countries in FIP out of 23, all over the world, okay? Our competencies, and maybe it's up to us as the teachers here, mostly, right? To make sure that the competencies that we teach to our students are of the highest level. And we make sure that the competencies are more or less the same all over Europe. Common training framework, we've talked about common framing. We've worked for a common training framework for a very, very long time, okay? 2017, we met in Paris, you know? 2018, we went to Brussels and we said, wow, we're going to do it now. But I think realistically, it's almost impossible to get. And there's your new president there. She was doing a presentation about ENPODHE in Brussels in 2018. Yeah, we can remember. I think up to last year, we had talks with ECP, with lawyers in Brussels just to make it happen. I think it's a very big problem. But why? Because each country has different health laws. Okay? And the European Union cannot dictate to that country what health laws, any changes in the health law. I mean, they can do pressure, but I don't think following some meetings we had with some MEPs about how high they prioritize the movement of podiatrists in Europe. Because they said, for us, it's not a problem because no podiatrist has ever complained that they cannot work in another country. So please start complaining. That's what we told him, you know. Look, physiotherapists complain a lot. So for them, it's a priority. But podiatrists, it's not a complaint. Because we said, you know, that should be a basic principle of being able to move freely from one country to another. So currently, there are these two bodies that offer recognition. First is the Royal College of Physicians and Surgeons of Glasgow. And now there is the ABPMI, the American Board of Podiatric Medicine International, who are setting up exams, okay, so that European podiatrists can do this exam. And so you'll be a diplomate of the American Board of Podiatric Medicine. It does not make you a DPM. It does not give you the right to work in America. But they saw the value of this to come to Europe and offer some kind of measurable, you know, level which everyone can look up to, and they say, look, an exam by ABPMI is a really high exam. And even the Royal College of Physicians and Surgeons of Glasgow, you know, it's a very, very old institution. You can be a member or a fellow. Oops. But why do we need to wait for these people to do this for us? And my case here, as I put it to my colleagues yesterday, maybe this could be one of the functions of ENPODHE. ENPODHE, where we've done so many conferences, where we see students working together. I think this was in Brussels, if I'm not mistaken. In Brussels, you know, where we enjoy so much, you know, our ENPODHE meetings. Why should not ENPODHE work to become the new level which can set exams, which can be followed, which can be taken by European students, sorry, not students, after they've graduated, of podiatry? We know we set a level, the ENPODHE sets a level, not a very low level, but, you know, a good level, because the Americans, they don't really know, and I've seen some of the questions, they don't really understand what podiatrists in Europe study. For example, one of the questions was, you have a patient with a bullet wound in his foot. Bullet wound? I've never seen a patient with a bullet in his foot in 35 years. But in America, it's okay because they're always shooting each other, you know. So this could be, you know, one such example. One such examples. Remember that the future of podiatry lies in the hands of teachers, of us, but I put it in a bigger font. It lies in the hands of our students. Because tomorrow, they are going to be the practitioners, and they are going to be the teachers again and again and again. So we hope to set something solid, a solid foundation, so that our students can work on these solid foundations and build up something which we would be very proud of. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Gatt. I would now like to invite Professor Gabriel Guillon from the University of Malaga to give us his presentation entitled The Level of Competences in the Podiatry Degrees Around Europe. Can we harmonize the basic level?
Okay, thank you very much. I thought the program with my colleague Joao, we want to include it this session because it's very important that all our colleagues talk before about the regulation of Europe of the podiatry. Because at the end, what is the big problem of this? In Europe, we have two levels of study. One is high education, and other is a vocational study sometimes. And in other countries, I don't know what is the level of the study in other countries. So, for my surprise, last night, we're talking with Cynthia and Alfred, I thought that Romania had a podiatry degree, because I see a lot of Facebook posts and say, okay, yeah, maybe it's possible to include it in the future. So no, okay, some podiatrists go to work in Romania. Okay, but first I think that we need to create a project or my proposal was to do a bachelor thesis about what is the photo of European concept of podiatry degrees. So, okay, first I need to know, when I start to research, first I need to go what's measured in the concept. So, for example, I know that Portugal, Spain, France, Ireland, UK, Malta have a podiatry degree in the higher education. So, because in this case, we know all my colleagues in ENPODHE. So, to be in ENPODHE, the first decision is to have a degree in the higher education. It's not possible to be here because our association is denominated Neighborhood of Podiatry in Higher Education. So, okay, what is the first question? This map is necessary to complete and to know what is the option to grow. If I don't know what is my level, why need to do in the future? So first, in Spain we say we see the bottom of the body, and after we continue to grow. Okay, so because in this case, more or less of I know or I can read, we have different groups of competence in Europe. The most complete, it's Spain, Malta, UK, and Ireland, except USA, because in this case, in USA, it's a medical doctor. It's not a podiatrist. It's the next step. So what, at this moment, is this. In the medical competence, maybe it's Portugal, Greece, Netherlands, Italy. Basic competence is Germany, France, Finland. But I don't know why, what is the professional that treatment the patient with foot pain or foot problem in general. So, okay, we have a big problem, because if you ask me about what is the people or the professional health that attend patients with problem in Norway, Denmark, Australia, students, my response is, I don't know. Okay, it's some of the room can open my brain. I'm happy to receive this information. So, okay, in this case, I found this table last days ago about more or less the minimum or the competence of the action that we can talk or we can do in our country. So, okay, if we delete the line of USA, you can see that only Australia, only Canada, it's Spain or Ireland, but in this case, maybe some of the most important is that Alfred talk about is the legislation. So what is the problem? The European Union cannot modify the country's regulation. So, okay, this is the moment that the association, the professional association in Europe have a break with the government and detecting what is the problem in the food health problem. So, and in this case, more or less, we would like to recognize more or less what is the basic, the medium, and the complex competence in this case. It's my brother, and I in my clinic. So okay, I know that. Okay, the PDQ, more or less, is the same, recognized in all the country. Okay, great. I'm happy to do this. Okay, but the assessment, the gait analysis, and the insult, more or less, should be the same in all the countries. But in conversation with people from other countries, for example, I remember one podology in Germany, when I talk about, okay, you need to do gait analysis. No, this is the orthopedic surgeon. Or to do the insult. No, this is the other professional. So, okay, we need to recognize our competence and to work in the same way. So, okay, I am happy to hear this morning here that for me, the most important is to create the recognize of diagnosis in the food. Okay, at the end, all the study is very similar in all the Europe, so but it is common is that the focus is in the food. Okay, so if we don't have the diagnosis, we cannot recognize what is the problem in the food. We cannot derive another professional health. So, because at the end, I am recognized in Granada because I work with a lot of rheumatologists, a lot of orthopedic surgeons, a lot of physiotherapists, rehabilitation, because they know my work. So first, we need to decide what is our jobs. So in this case, if we can recognize what is the problem in the food, we can give the next steps. Okay. Okay. The goal in the final of this road is to increase the competence and complex surgery, prescription drug, injection, but maybe we need to have a medium time the option to create this medium competence in this. So, where is our channel in the future? We need to create a consensus around Europe. So this is the first. Okay, we need to create with association, with ENPODHE. So last day, we have a lot of meeting with my colleague of ENPODHE. Say, okay, it's no problem. ENPODHE puts in the first of the line, and we decide to lead this way. Okay, it's no problem. Now we have a new president, a new blood. So, because at the end, okay, to continue to be in the head of the way is difficult. So, but it's very stressed, very tired. So, okay, we create a map of the competence. Please, I need to know what is the health professional treatment the patients in Sweden, in Norway. So I need to create this a list. Okay, at the end, we know who want to work or with who can to talk in the government. I say, okay, is the physiotherapist do the treatment in the food? Okay, maybe it's necessary to create this competence. So it's this professional in this case. Okay, Alfred showed a lot of meeting with the European Commission. So, but when you go to talk with a politician, the problem is the same that you need to go with the report and say, this is our problem. Okay, we don't have talk. We only read this report, and when after you can call me and we start to work. So, for first we need to have. In this case, we would like to replay the project 5 years ago was, so at we create the competence of the map of the competence in Erasmus Plus project in Europe. In this time was ENPODHE who led this project. Now maybe or I would like that Malta puts in the head of this project and create and determine what is the future of podiatry not in 1 year or 2 years. So to change this type of problem, we need time. Okay, maybe I didn't see this change, but I see a lot of students, a lot of young colleagues that they should have this option to increase the level of podiatry in the future. So, what is our mirror? Okay, I am in the faculty that we have 4 degrees: podiatry, nursing, physiotherapy, and therapy occupation. So, nursing and physiotherapy that is not regular has the same protocol in the competence around Europe. So I understand that it's very difficult to have this option in 5 years, but if we don't see the mirror that's what we want to do, we don't increase our competence in this case. For this, it's very long, the pathway to grow, but if don't start to walk, we never move in the future of the podiatry. So, okay, we can see at the end of the way the sun, and we start to work all together and work in the best for the podiatry in this case. Thank you very much, and I leave my beautiful city.
Thank you very much, Professor Gabriel Guillon. A little errata. In Malta, we do nail surgery.
Nail surgery?
We do nail surgery. Okay, errata.
No, but I think that's a general articular surgery.
So now I would like to open the discussion. First of all, are there any particular questions you would like to ask one of our speakers? So is there any question which anyone would like to ask to one of our speakers? No questions? Yes, can we have the first question, please? Yes, please. I was going to ask João to translate. Yes, please.
What type of intervention does the podiatry at the hospital include?
Sim, entendi. Entendi. O podologista, o podólogo em Portugal, no hospital, tem uma intervenção autónoma e faz desde a prevenção, ou seja, a intervenção do podologista no hospital é essencialmente no pé diabético e atua no nível 1, nível 2 e nível 3. Na prevenção de lesões, na aplicação de ortóteses, no tratamento de úlceras ou mesmo na aparelhagem de ortóteses, nomeadamente nas amputações. Portanto, a intervenção vai desde o nível 1 ao nível 3, com autonomia profissional.
Só um pouco. Que la intervención, the intervention, it is in 4 levels, since the prevention to the treatment. So when we are in the hospital, we have that 4 levels of intervention. Continua.
Nós em Portugal temos duas realidades nos hospitais. Temos a consulta de podologia como consulta externa, ou temos uma consulta de podologia na consulta de grupo.
We have 2 realities in Portugal. or we have our podiatry consultation in hospital, or we have the other situation is a multidisciplinary team where the podiatry is inside.
Na consulta externa, o podologista atua e tem a decisão clínica do plano, do diagnóstico e do plano de tratamento.
In the first hand, the external consultation, the podiatry have the ability to diagnose and treat the full diabetic foot.
Na equipa multidisciplinar, quando é consulta de grupo, existe sempre diretor de serviço.
In the multidisciplinary team, there is a leader, normally a diabetologist or endocrinologist, who is the leader, is the clinical director, and he assumes the responsibility, and the podiatry work together in that, and of course, each profession have his competence, and the podiatry do his part.
Any other questions, please?
I don't know, maybe I can comment not how it's done in Portugal, I have no idea, but how it's done in our country, because podiatrists, I know it's been hard for some countries for podiatrists to work at the hospitals, but that is where in Malta we started off in the first place. So our first, when we started over 35 years ago, our first department was in the hospital. And now, with time, we've got diabetes foot clinics. So, you know, the hospital, there is an outpatients department. There is a diabetes foot clinic where we have 3 or 4 podiatrists working there. In relation to diabetes, we have podiatrists working in the tissue viability clinic. Okay? And we have also a foot ward that we managed to open a ward inside the hospital mainly for patients with diabetes who are at risk of amputation. Okay, so patients with ulcers and osteomyelitis and who require hospital treatment, they go there. Unfortunately, most of them, when they go there, have to undergo an amputation, where the podiatrists work with the vascular surgeon. Also, the podiatrists work in the orthotics and prosthetics unit. So we are very widespread, and even in rheumatology. And that's just the hospital. And then there's the primary care level. So we have health centers all over Malta, and in each health centers we have 3, 4 clinics, okay, where we see patients, and actually anyone can just open, you know, pick up the phone and make an appointment. So you don't need any referrals, you don't need anything. They just call. And I think you can't be more widespread than that. Even the hospitals, other hospitals, mental hospital, the geriatric hospitals, old people's homes, they do have their own podiatrists as well. So,
I think to add to this, we can say that in Malta, podiatry is quite an autonomous profession, in fact. As podiatrists working either in the primary care clinic or even in our private practice, we can see any patients. However, obviously, it is very important that even as a profession, we need to remember that when we work in a multidisciplinary team, obviously, this is definitely for the benefit of the patient. So obviously, if I'm a podiatrist, a patient comes to me privately, he comes with rheumatoid arthritis, he comes with diabetes, although I am able to treat him, however, I do know that I cannot look at the ulcer at itself per se. I know that if the glucose is not controlled well, I need to refer to the diabetologist. I know that if my patient is overweight, I need maybe to ask him to have some advice from a nutritionist. So I think it is up to us podiatrists to also recognize what case we are seeing to, and if we can work as a multidisciplinary team, first of all, I believe we will get more respect from other professions, and more professions will know more about us. So I think it is very, very important that we do that. And secondly, we do know even from evidence in the literature, and also myself and Alfred had the opportunity to visit King's Hospital in London, okay, when this is one of the most famous foot hospitals in London, where they basically have 0% amputation rate, although they see Charcot foot and the most serious ulcerations I have ever seen in my life. But when they go to the ward, and we had the privilege to join these people as observers, okay, they go as a team of about 15 professionals. Orthopedic surgeon, pharmacist, and important to say that the podiatrist leads the team. And this is important. The podiatrist leads the team. There's a lady podiatrist who is very dedicated in the hospital. They go up as a team of 15 people, and then depending on the specific case, if the patient needs some minor surgery, then the orthopedic surgeon takes over. If they think that the sugar is not controlled well, the diabetologist takes over. And everything is recorded, and like that, the patient is seen in a multidisciplinary team. So although we are an autonomous profession, and we want that to remain that way, however, I think as professionals we need to understand that there are going to be instances when we need to have discussions with other professions. This is indeed very important. And I think this is from where we need to start. Okay, we need to first have professionals believing in us, knowing that we know what we are doing, okay, that we are not ambitious, and we know when we need to refer or to discuss with other healthcare professionals for the benefit of our patient. Because after all, it is our patient whom we want the best for. We are here to save limbs, to save lives.
And if I may, if we are referring, it doesn't mean that's because we cannot do a proper job. You know, we are recognizing that maybe my specialty is, I don't know, biomechanics, but the patient is a rheumatology patient, and I need to refer to a colleague who works more, who has more experience in the specific areas. So if we channel our patients as we should, obviously it is for the benefit of the patient, and it will work as a two-way system. So if I am referring my patient to you, I'm sure that at one time or another you will be referring a patient to me. Okay? So don't think that by referring you are saying, look, I am not competent enough, or something like that, or because you are in a team and it's composed of other professionals because you're the podiatrist, okay? You have anything less than anyone else. I've had debates with consultants and with specialists, and they say, oh, okay, you're right. Why? Because if I'm not sure, I will not speak, you know? But if there is something which to me, I know that as a podiatrist, I can treat. And even if that person who's treating the patient might be the best orthopedic surgeon or the best vascular or whatever, if I know that what I will do is, you know, better for the patient, I will not to fight, you know, and, you know, using clinical language and all that. But, you know, at the end, even the specialists who we see as up there, they will say, yes, you're right. You take care of my patient. And that's how you build a rapport with the other health professionals, you know. And then they will start referring the patients to you. Yeah.
I don't know maybe whether Pilar Nieto, from the president of college from Valencia, would like to share his experience with us.
In this case, come here. In this case, we have the option that, come here, okay. So it's, he's here, she's here, and in this case, it's yesterday talking with her about the new option in Spain about to work in this hospital, and I think that, okay, please give me a little words and say he will explain the situation in Spain in the new hospital assessment. So.
Good morning, the last. My name is Pilar Nieto. At this moment, I am the president of Professional Association of Podiatrists in my region, Comunidad Valenciana. And I am teacher in University of Valencia also. I'm just going to say a few words about the situation in Spain and in more detail in my region. The profession of podiatry is a self-employed profession in Spain, and its competence include diagnosis, prevention and treatment of foot and ankle, pharmaceutical prescription, surgery, among others. Currently, it's a profession that is developed in the private sector and with some agreements in the public health system. This is the challenge to develop our profession in public health sector. To form multidisciplinary teams, to be able to carry out university internships and residence in public health. In 2013, Comunidad Valenciana recognized the job position as professional in public health system. During these years until now, we have fought for these jobs become effective, and in November 2022, we have had the community to create 5 podiatric jobs in public hospital and 8 jobs in diabetic foot units. During a meeting this past February, the regional minister of health of our region told us that these jobs were included in the budget and will be effective this year. We have a long path to work together to achieve better competence. Thank you for organizers of ENPODHE. Working together, we are on the right way, and the most important, a river future. Thank you.
Yes. So, if there are no other questions, I know we are running really late. We are nearly an hour late. Maybe João could give us directions on what needs to be done now. I leave it to him to explain what's going to happen.
We're going to start half an hour later, and please take a picture from the television. Here there is 6 places we can hit something fast. So I did that work so near of here. We can go refresh a little bit, and please, half an hour late to restart again.
So, to make it all clear to everyone, the time is now 1:30. So we will be meeting at 2:30. At 2:30.
40.
No, at 3. Sorry, apologies. At 3 o'clock. At 3 o'clock. So we will all be here at 3 o'clock, please. Thank you.
Hola, sí. Hola. Let's gonna start the third and last session of this ENPODHE 2023. And we start with Dr. Alfonso Martinez Nova. He's gonna tell us their experience for 25 years ago using a phenol alcohol technique. Let's start.
Thank you very much. First of all, I want to apologize because I am going to kick the Shakespeare language as well. Voy a dar un puntapié a lengua de Camões. For us, it's difficult to speak in language, but we are going to try. The slides are in English and in Portuguese too, in order to understand better. I have seen a lot of conference this morning, but no blood. We are podiatrists, we need blood in ulcers, holes to treat and to try to improve. We know that an ingrown nail, it was first described in 1845, like a nail growing inside in the flesh. But we know that in the most of cases, the problem is in the lateral fold. There is not an alteration in the nail, but we have a lateral fold that is growing, that is being inflamed, being swelling, and is the real problem, no an alteration in the nail. You can see this is one of my favorite patients because she has plantar warts, Pyogen granuloma, and ingrown nail. En portugués también, para poder comprender. Not bad. Well, what is the location? We have mainly the ingrown nail that we know is in the hallux, in the first finger, but in this case of 10 years old patient, it could be also in the second or in the third lesser toe. This is more easy for us to manage than the first toe, and for the patient too, because he can cut, or father's parents can cut the nails, are thinner, are thinner and more easy to manage. We have found that ingrown nail is more common in men than in women. And we have a proportion of 2 fibular folds than tibial folds. And the fold that is next to the second toe. Well, what we know about conservative treatment and nail rehabilitation, we have a wide range of treatments in podiatry. Okay. Speaking with a Brussels colleague, I said that we have a wide range of treatments. We start with nail retraining, nail remodeling, orthonixia, but sometimes we see that it's not enough. When is not enough? Okay, when we are in stage 2B or more, the nail retraining, the nail rehabilitation, then the orthonixia is not enough, is not working as well. Our patients say that a 6-month treatment is not good for them, and we need surgical treatment.
in stage 2B or more. For us, as we have this kind of treatment, it's more easier to perform surgery than perform rehabilitation with a lot of months of rehabilitation and no good results. Okay, what says the evidence? In this study of Cochrane revision, says that surgical approach are recommended for moderate to severe ingrown tooth nail because the results are much better than rehabilitation. And this is an evidence rate of a B, which is a relative strong recommendation. The cat is muy bueno.
Reading military strategy.
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
Military strategy. Okay. What are the main objectives of nail surgery? The ideal surgical procedure must achieve a high degree of patient satisfaction. It's the most important thing for us. Functional and aesthetic, and a quick incorporation to normal life. Normally, we explain to our patients that in the same day they are going to their home, walking normally with a little bit bandage, but they can be in a normal life in 2 days. 2 days of a little bit of rest. And we have to achieve a good longitudinal growing of the nail, the rehabilitation of the lateral fold. We have to cut the lateral fold or trying to cut the last nail that is possible. Em português? O procedimento quirúrgico ideal? No. Well, the most known technique in ingrown tooth nail surgery is phenol alcohol. Why? Because this technique arrives from the USA. It's very easy to perform. It's very safety. Have a low recurrence rate, a very, very recurrence rate, maybe 1 or 2% of recurrence rate in this kind of technique. It can be performed even in diabetic people. It can be performed if with infection. It's not the ideal thing, but you can perform in this way. O que facemos é arremosado o espícule, una quemadura con fenol. The phenol is an acid that when we remove the nail, we have the nail matrix, we put the phenol in this way, and we make a burning, a 2-degree, a second-degree burning in the nail matrix. Then, if there is not nail matrix, it will be not nail after. First of all, with a not cutting instrument, we separate the nail from the lateral fold. The position of my hands is not the real, because I want the camera to take well. If we are doing a good separation of the nail, the extraction will be better. After, with a a phenol alicate. We cut a little bit portion of the nail, and with the scalpel, we continue this cut beside the eponychium. Without cutting the eponychium. It's very important not to cut the eponychium. You can see that I cut a little bit of nail. Then with a hemostat, we extract the nail. And you can see that there is a little bit cut, but you can see the form of... we remove the hyperkeratotic tissue that is around the nail, because if not, the phenol will burn this kind of tissue, not the nail matrix. So with a Martini cucharilla, sorry, we remove the curettage. Okay. We remove, first of all, the hyperkeratotic tissue.
Minutos, ¿sabes?
¿Eh? ¿Qué llevo?
5 minutos.
¿Que me faltan?
Te faltan.
Vale, okay, no problem. Okay, in this way, we apply the phenol, then alcohol, phenol and alcohol. 2 burnings of 30 seconds. It is in the literature that this kind of burning will destroy completely the nail matrix. We don't need more. However, this kind of technique has a big disadvantage. This big disadvantage is delayed healing, prolonged serous drainage, and increased risk of infection. We see that we need near a month or 20x days to recover this kind of surgery. And for me, this is a big problem because there are more risk of infection. In these 25 years, applying the phenol technique, other colleagues say me, I make the cures with iodine povidone, with enzymatic cream, with a lot of things. But the time of the recovery is the same in all. A lot of cures like honey, honey. Well, the honey has found in the Tutankhamun tomb, and you can eat this honey. There is too much sugar and microbes that don't grow. Paraffin gauze, povidone iodine, drenagem de nanoplata, a lot of things, but what are the evidence of these things? With controlled flux electrolyzed acid solution, that is a water very, very acid, that don't allow the microbes to grow. Well, a new point of view is that there are many products currently that have hyaluronic acid. This is the sense of the hyaluronic acid is to provide a good environment to the wound to allow a better recovery. Okay, there is a lot of people in Facebook saying that hyaluronic acid is the best thing in the world, that in 2 days you have the recovery, and our question was, well, it will is efficacious? It has effect or not? Well, this was designed as a clinical trial with colleagues of University of Malaga, Raquel and Raquel Alabao, and other people. And we get a sample of 70 patients, 20 women and 50 men. You can see the proportion that I said previously in my experience, with a mean age of 22 years. The inclusion criteria were patients who require and request surgical treatment, patients that arrives to our clinics to a surgery, between 14 and 40 years old, client classification in stage 1, 2, or 3, or Mocena stage 1 or 2 or 2B, and no prior systemic pathology like important diabetes, coagulation, or immunological disorders. This was registered in the clinical trials registry of clinical trials. Okay, in this case, we have two groups. The experimental group, it was formed by 35 patients. We performed the same technique in the two groups, but in one group, the first cure in the 40 hours after the surgery was with 1 milliliter of cream of hyaluronic acid, and in the other group, in the control group, 1 milliliter of povidone iodine, of betadine gel. The non-stick dressing was the same in the two groups. So we have the same kind of surgery, the same time of application of phenol, and the only difference was the first cures, and we performed these cures in the days 4, 6, and 8. After the 8th day, we cured both groups with the povidone iodine to dry the wound. Okay, what was the main results? The recovery days in the control group was about 3-4 days less than in the control group, 23 days against 26. We have 3 days of improving in the hyaluronic acid group. Another result was the pain score, the pain suffered by the patient seems to be a little bit less in the hyaluronic acid group. In the control group. This result is a little bit strange. Seems to be a little bit less, but not in the first visit. What says the literature? We have studies of Dobison with povidone, iodine, hydrogel, paraffin gauze that says that phenol technique recovers in 33 days. And another study says that with a controlled flux electrolyzed acid solution, with 26 days, with a nano-silver drainage, 24 days. You can see that in our group with hyaluronic acid, 23 days, 24, 26. You can see that 20x days will be needed to cure. The results are not explosive. They are not a very, very interesting results because we have not reduced a lot of days. The discussion, hyaluronic acid cures improve the post-surgery healing period by around 3 days compared with the povidone iodine gel. And we can save, we can save 1 post-operative visit. So in our patients curing with hyaluronic acid, you can save only 1 post-operative, only 3 days. What are the key points? Hyaluronic acid could be useful for the recovery of the phenol technique, but the cost of the cures is very high. Hyaluronic acid cream is expensive. It's you have to take to the patient to buy this kind of cream. So there is too much expensive by the real recovery improvement that we have found. We still have a second-degree superficial burning that needs 20x days, 22, 23, 24 days. You will need these 20x days with every cure that you apply in the total recovery, independent of the cures protocol. I say a joke that if I have a phenol technique and don't put any cream, maybe 25 days. Okay, with no cream, with no cost, with everyone. Pontos-chave, ¿es correcto en portugués? Pontos-chave. Está bien. Okay, this is the same slide. Thanks you for your attention. You have here my social media if you want to follow me. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Any question? Alfonso.
Laser therapy. We have not tested laser therapy for rehabilitation yet. Eh? The next paper.
Okay, thank you, Alfred, for your question. Now we want to hear Dr. Cynthia Formosa. She want to talk about depression at high-risk food and role of the podiatrist. Maybe it's by a psychosocial approach. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. First of all, I would like to thank João and all the organizing committee and obviously ENPODHE committee for their kind invitation for me to give this lecture today in this conference, which is very much at heart and which I really like always to attend. So today I'll be talking to you about something very different, and in Malta we've been doing quite a lot of research on it. As we were talking this morning, and what the message that I want to pass from this lecture is that maybe as clinicians, as podiatrists, we tend to look at feet, but we tend to forget other important things, which as clinicians, we need also to consider. Because if we do not consider things like low mood, depression, this could affect compliance of our clients. And sometimes it could be that maybe we think that it is our treatment that's not working, but maybe that was not the case. And the case is that there may be something else which is hindering the patient from following our advice. So, okay, sorry, I don't know how. Sorry? I need to tell you, next. Put that in that direction. Okay, sorry. Okay. So first of all, we know that more than 150,000 people living in the United States undergo amputations of lower extremity each year. We also know that in Europe, an average of 30 per 1,000 of the population have also been reported to undergo major amputations annually. Obviously, as we all know, lower amputations have been reported to be significantly stressful, not only on the patient, but also on their family and on the healthcare system, because it costs a lot. In fact, we do know that sometimes losing a limb has also been reported to be similar to losing a spouse. So many psychological reactions to lower limb amputation may be transient, may be short-lived, whilst others may be perpetual. Several researchers have found that, as I said, the loss of a limb sometimes can be severe as that associated to losing someone from a family. The majority of studies mainly focused on symptoms of anxiety and depression before conducting a lower limb amputation, and very few studies had been conducted actually interviewing and seeing patients after they have had the actual amputation. So I think this is something that we need to reflect on. Again, as podiatrists, especially podiatrists maybe in Spain who do more surgery than us, maybe in Malta and other parts of Europe, we might think that we have a patient who lost a toe. Well, it's not something that big. However, if we look at this disability score, we know that when a person loses a toe, he is considered to have 3% disability. Obviously, as you can see, the percentages keep going up, and when a person has an amputation of the foot and ankle, he is considered to have 50% disability. So, as you can see, losing a toe, part of a foot, is going to bring about a certain amount of disability. So, coming to mental health, we know that the Center for Diseases Control and Prevention, the CDC, defines mental health as a state of emotion, psychological and social well-being, which affects the way in which we feel and we think and we act. There are several mental health disorders. However, for the purpose of the studies that we are conducting, and obviously because we are not psychologists, so we cannot really diagnose depression, we will be focusing mostly on anxiety disorders and post-traumatic stress disorders. So, symptoms of mental health disorders can be, in reality, identified through a number of mental health screening tools. Now, I want to emphasize on this, symptoms of mental health disorders and not diagnosis of depression or a mental health disorder. This is indeed very important. So we know that there are a lot of tools, and for the purpose of this study, which I'm going to present, we use the SRQ-20 binomial response, mainly because it is a very simple screening tool to use, it is very easily understood, and obviously the clinicians, most importantly, who are using this tool, do not require a certain amount of training in order to use it. So, coming also to quality of life, the WHO defines quality of life as an individual's perception of their position in life with regards to their culture, value systems, as well as their goals, expectations, values, and concern. And again, for the purpose of the study, in order to assess our person's quality of life, we used the EQ5, the 5L questionnaire, and also in this particular questionnaire, there is a subsection which also looks at anxiety and depression. So, with regards to justification for our study, we know that both depression and anxiety are mental health disorders, which are commonly present in patients who have undergone amputations. As I already said, surprisingly, there are very few studies which have looked at this, especially conducted by podiatrists, so hence the role of the podiatrists in mental health issues. And therefore, this elicited the need to conduct the study in order to assess, as I said, mental health issues among our clients. So the aim of the study was to identify whether there was a significant difference in mental health status and quality of life in lower limb amputees living with diabetes when compared to those people living with diabetes, however, who had not sustained an amputation. And those were the objectives of our study. So obviously we sought ethical approval from the Research Ethics Committee in Malta. We used convenience sampling, and our two groups were also matched for certain variables, using frequency distribution matching for variables like age, and precision matching for variables like gender, marital status, employment status amongst the groups. So basically in our groups we had 38 participants who had undergone an amputation, and we had another 38 participants who lived with diabetes, however had never sustained any amputations, ulcerations or any other complications. And this again is showing you the inclusion-exclusion criteria of our study. So we conducted a prospective, matched non-experimental longitudinal comparative study, as I said, with 38 participants in each group, and all participants were subject to the 2 questionnaires which I mentioned earlier before. So this is just to give you an idea of some of the questions which the SRQ20 asks. And this, for those of you who are not familiar, are some of the questions, some subscales which the EQ5DL questionnaire asks. So the same group of participants were then were first evaluated 1 week post-surgery, and then obviously the 2 groups were again interviewed 6 months after the amputation for that group of persons who had sustained the ulceration. Besides recording their mental health status, we also looked at whether they needed a revision of their amputation. We looked at the progress of their amputation site, whether it was still painful, infected, or was healing well. And we also recorded whether, for those people who had sustained the amputation, whether any of them sought psychological help right after that they had sustained the amputation. In order to analyze our data, we used the Shapiro-Wilk test in order to confirm the distribution of the data. As I said, we had a total of 76 participants because unfortunately in the group who had sustained the amputations, we had 2 participants who passed away. We do not know the reason why they passed away, but obviously they couldn't be included in the second part of their study. So we were left with 38 participants in group 1 and 36 participants in group 2 for our second interview. So these are the results of our study. If you look over here at the mean values, you can see that when we look at the amputees, both at time 0 and at time 1, they always showed higher levels of depression than the people, participants who did not sustain the amputation. And we also know that a threshold level of 8 or more suggests psychological distress. So we know, as I said, that if we look at, especially at time 0, right 1 week after the amputation, you can see that the amputees were passing through a period of distress. Same if you look at the mean results for the quality of life questionnaires. We saw a significant difference, very evident, between group 1 and group 2, again indicating that amputees had a poorer quality of life than individuals without amputation, both at time 0 and time 1. And these are more results, again, confirming always the differences between the 2 groups. So what are the implications of these results? So the findings of the study suggest that both mental health and quality of life are negatively affected after minor lower limb amputations. Mental health disorders, in particularly, were proven to be present 1 week after lower limb amputation. However, the type of disorder present was not identified. As I said, we can't say that what type of depression they had because we did not look at that, and could only be used, obviously, if we had done a proper diagnosis of the specific mental health issue. So the result of the study suggests that individuals with minor lower limb amputations had also less mental health disorders 6 months after their amputation. So it seems that with time, they started to get adjusted. But that was not only the reason. The reason for these results could also have been because some of them did seek psychological help. Okay, so then after 6 months, they needed psychological help. Again, same implies for the quality of life, especially if we look at the quality of life questionnaire with regards to the category of mobility, which indicated that the early stages of amputations, most participants had moderate problems in walking. Incidentally, results showed that mobility remained unchanged even after 6 months in that specific group. With regards to self-care and other usual activities, they also remained unchanged, indicating that individuals still had minor problems and difficulties in order to be able to perform their usual activities like washing, dressing up, etc., etc. So, the study suggests that even after 6 months, lower limb amputees may still not be fully recovered and have back their independent life. The results of the study also indicate that although minor limb amputations account, as you saw from the first table I showed you, only as a small percentage of disability, comparing to other more serious amputations, however, these individuals still show signs of low mood and depressive symptoms. Obviously, like every other study, each study has its own limitations. So we do know that, first of all, the sample size might have been slightly small. We do know that the bigger sample size, the more accurate our results. However, the study was conducted during the pandemic, and it was indeed very difficult to recruit patients. And also, it could be that since we made use of questionnaires, sometimes we do know that maybe patients do not understand us really well and could have maybe not responded in the accurate way that we really want, they had to respond. So we always need to keep and bear that in mind. So again, take-home message with regards to podiatrists. We tend to look at the feet, we tend to do a biomechanical evaluation, we tend to do a vascular examination, we tend to do a neuropathy examination when our patients come to us. If I had to ask for a show of hands in the room here, how many of us perform a depressive evaluation when our patients come to us? Let's be honest. Can we show a show of hands? No one. Okay? And we know that it's time that we should be looking at this too. Because if our patients are passing through a bad time, it could be that although we are giving the best treatment, we're giving best advice, however, it could be because of the hardship that they are passing through, okay? It could be that it is difficult for them to undergo the treatment and the advice that we are giving them. So we need to take this very much into consideration. This was not the only study. As I said, at the moment we are doing quite a lot of studies with regards to depression and depressive symptoms. We also conducted another study. This time we did not look at amputations, but we looked at one very common complication of diabetes, peripheral neuropathy. Okay, for those of you who are interested, the paper is published in the Review of Diabetic Studies. We found the same results. Patients with neuropathy compared to patients with diabetes without complications did have differences in depressive symptoms. Sorry. So as I said, the aim was to try to determine whether there were signs of depression. And here, if you look at this time we used a different mental health score tool. This time we had used the PHQ-9 score in order to determine depressive symptoms in our patients. And as I said, if you look especially at the bar graph, you can see that the patients with diabetes, when compared to the patients with peripheral neuropathy, showed more signs of depressive symptoms than the other groups. So, again, this is one of our papers which we have published a few years ago. Here we looked at diabetic foot screening guidelines. Again, if we look at the guidelines, they talk about how to screen for neuropathy. They talk how to screen for peripheral vascular disease. They talk about how we need to look at biomechanical risk factors. However, no mention in screening guidelines. This looked at the 10 most common screening guidelines which we use: IWDGF, ADA, WHO guidelines. So again, anyone interested to read this paper, it is available online, but no signs for healthcare professionals, podiatrists, in order to check for depressive symptoms. So, as I said, same as I was saying, mental health disorders, very importantly, must not be relegated to the bottom of priorities in our national health care systems, but they must be given the importance of that they deserve. We did see a lot during COVID times how much depression did increase amongst our clients. We saw very much during COVID times how much our patients deteriorated. I don't know what happened in your countries, but in our countries, our amputation rates increased during COVID. I don't know in your countries, but in our countries, we saw for the first time again maggots in the wounds, okay, which we hadn't seen for a very long time. Why? Because people were in their home, they were depressed, they were closed, okay? They didn't go to the clinics because they were afraid, and they deteriorated. So, as I said, mental health disorders must not be left to the bottom of the list. This current paper, which I spoke in detail about, should be out soon. It will be published in the International Journal of Lower Extremity Wounds. As I said, mental health, this is the message I really want you to take home with you. Mental health matters must not be relegated to the bottom of priorities, both in our clinics, but most importantly, in our national health systems. They need to be given their importance. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Cynthia. Some questions? Cynthia, do you think that this kind of screening, fast screening, we can put in the normal clinic for expand to the other statements?
Yes, I mean, that is hopefully what the message of our studies, which we are conducting. We are currently now also going to start another one looking at primary and people who also live in homes. Yes, I think we should really start looking.
Good job.
At least have an idea the mental health status of our clients.
Thank you so much. Good job. And now we come back to Spain with the hand of Laura Ramos. She's going to talk about the relationship between kinesophobia, foot pain, and foot function, and disease activity in. And it's got the paper.
Patients with rheumatoid arthritis.
Thank you, Laura.
Good afternoon, everybody. First, I would like to say thank to ENPODHE to invite me to speak here. For me, it's a pleasure. I would like to say thank you for what you say, Cynthia, the key message that you left, because it's going to be really important with my presentation, so that was key. My name is Laura Ramos Petersen, and this work was developed by my colleagues and I from the University of Malaga, where currently I am a lecturer. It's titled Relationship between Kinesiophobia, Foot Pain, Foot Function, and Disease Activity in Patients with Rheumatoid Arthritis. Rheumatoid arthritis, or RA, shows high prevalence and morbidity worldwide. Epidemiological studies demonstrated that RA is one of the most common autoimmune diseases, showing a prevalence between 0.5 to 1% of the general population. To understand rheumatoid arthritis, it is a multifactorial disease, including genetics and also environmental factors. Focusing on genetics, it's important to point out heritability within families, showing between 40 to 50%, is most common in women than men, and incidence rises with age. Focusing now on environmental factors, we need to point out diet and smoking. RA is characterized by chronic inflammation. And this shows some consequences in the short and in the long term. Focusing on the short term, we need to point out pain, which is the most common symptom that patients suffer, and is the most debilitating one, and also joint swelling. And to be typical from RA, needs to be symmetrical and start by the small joints, such as from the foot. In the long term, chronic inflammation causes progressive damage of the synovial joints. This progressive damage leads in the loss of joint, of space, and deformity. And this deformity leads in functional deterioration of the locomotor system. Also, patients with RA suffer from synovitis and bone erosion. And all of this consequently, plus extra-articular manifestations. And the consequence is that patients with RA suffer from fatigue, psychological distress, their quality of life is decreased, and on top of that, sedentarism. Now, focusing on the foot and ankles, we need to say that foot symptoms are very frequently and very severe in those patients. They suffer from foot pain, joint stiffness, deformity, and loss of foot function. The consequence of all of this is that the patients suffer from kinesiophobia, which is the fear of movement. Also, they suffer from a loss of independence and psychosocial impact of impaired self-image, sexuality, and also personal relationships. Talking about treatments of all of those consequences that I am mentioning, we all know conservative treatments such as foot orthosis or pharmacological treatments, but there are other interventions such as physical activity. Physical activity and exercise has shown to be an effective and healthy intervention to improve their symptoms, including physical but also psychological effects, which means that also the depression symptoms are improved with physical activity. But which was the problem that we had some years ago? It was COVID-19. So that means that in general population, but even more in patients with rheumatoid arthritis, the level of physical activity drastically decreased, and the sedentarism lifestyle increased. So in that moment, we point out the necessity of carrying out a study, not only focusing on statistically significant data, but also we saw the necessity of asking those patients about their feelings. So we thought that it was important to understand those patients. And we thought about two objectives. First, to explore the experiences of patients with RA during and after a period of inactivity, and also to determine the level of kinesiophobia relating it to pain. Therefore, to answer those objectives, what we thought is to carry out a qualitative study, but on top of that, we collected some quantitative data, being the visual analog scale for pain and the Tampa scale of kinesiophobia for kinesiophobia. The patients were, the sample size was collected from the Hospital Virgen de las Nieves in Granada, Spain, and from the interviews were carried out from January to March in 2021. The interviews were by phone because obviously we didn't want to have face-to-face contact. To be included, patients needed to be older than 18 years of age, with RA diagnosis and the ability to communicate themselves in Spanish. If patients presented dementia, other rheumatic diseases, cardiovascular diseases, or lower limb surgery or amputation, they were excluded from our study. This is what we wanted to address. We wanted to answer this question. What were the physical activity levels and health status of people with rheumatoid arthritis during and after the COVID-19 induced quarantine? Because I forgot to mention it before, but in Spain, we weren't allowed to leave our homes. In other countries, I know that they were allowed to practice physical exercise, to go around for a walk, but in Spain, that was totally forbidden. We couldn't walk. Only if you had a dog, you could take a walk, but that was the only thing allowed. And to answer this question, we developed a structured interview, and those questions were based in that questionnaire, the Tampa scale of kinesiophobia. The results were analyzed using the thematic analysis described by Clerk and Brown in 2017, and we used the in vivo software to help us with the process. What we did was to transcribe all the interviews. We analyzed line by line all the things that our patients said. We extracted some codes, and from those codes, we finally extracted some themes. The quantitative data was analyzed using a linear regression model using the SPSS software. Now those are the results. To have a better understanding of them, we are going to separate them between quantitative and qualitative. Focusing on the quantitative sample, we included 124 patients. 91 of them were female, with a mean age almost 60. They were between 38 to 81 years of age, and with an RA duration between 3 to 48 years. Focusing on the qualitative data, we interviewed 23 participants. 18 of them were female, and the mean of age and the RA duration was really similar. Focusing on the quantitative data, what we need to point out is that there was a significant relationship between kinesiophobia and pain, including general and foot pain, which means that if a patient presented high level of pain, that patient also presented high level of kinesiophobia. And that's really important because we can use this as a predictor in our clinics with our patients. So if a patient presents high level of pain, then we can suppose that the patient is going to have a high level of kinesiophobia, therefore is not going to be willing to go for a walk or is going to pretend to move the less possible because of their pain. Now focusing on the qualitative data, we extracted 4 themes, being physical activity detriment, health detriment, social implications of COVID-19 pandemic, and vulnerability of testing positive for COVID-19 due to rheumatoid arthritis. To make it clear all of the results, even though all of the participants said that physical activity was really important, and especially really important for the disease, to feel better with the disease, they all said that their physical activity levels were really, really low. So they know what they need to do, but they don't do it. And they also felt a lot of kinesiophobia. Also, as they were really scared of doing some things for going to the hospital, they stopped their lives. For example, I remember one participant which said that he avoided all the stairs. He didn't want to climb any stair because he was really afraid of falling and then going to the hospital. And talking about vulnerability, that was a bit tricky because they didn't know how to feel about that. They didn't know if they were more vulnerable for the disease or they were wrong. Maybe some of them thought that due to their treatments, they were stronger against the disease. Talking about the limitations of this study, we need to point out that primarily the sample size was made by women. I also mentioned before that this is a most common disease in women, but also all the studies, previous studies, concluded that women with RA are more sensitive to present psychological consequences. Talking about future lines of research that this research opens is that we need to keep investigating, including more homogeneous participants, and also we find it important to include the effectiveness on biological treatments because they might influence, the biological treatments might influence the results. And answering the objectives that we proposed at the beginning of the presentation, and like the key messages that we can take home is that physical activity should be promoted in all of the patients with RA, even in challenging times, such as a pandemic. And the level of pain is related to the level of kinesiophobia in patients with RA. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Laura. Some question? Alfred? Question? No one? Kevin Dish.
If they were wearing or insoles or not, but that might be a good future line of research. Thank you for advice.
Thank you, Laura. And next speaker, Doctora Matilde Monteiro from this school. You are play at home. And he talk about the diabetic food, the role of the podiatrist in Portugal.
Thank you. So first of all, it's a great honor for us in the Red Cross School for you to be here. It has been really an immense pleasure to meet you all and people that I only knew by name and admired at distance to finally know you and admire you even more because you are also friendly and yes, we all feel like this is a family, so I'm learning a lot even before this day, so thank you for that. So picking up a little bit what was discussed in this morning about the differences between what podiatrists do and mainly on teams or without teams, one of the things that we found out is that within countries, you already have a lot of variability. So I think that one of the struggles that we have, it's not only between countries, but also for us to clean the house and also to within the country to try to have any type of standardization. The other question is about the autonomy. I believe that even if we are in a team, we have autonomy. It's like a football player. You decide if you shoot or if you pass. You have full autonomy if you are embedded in a team. So the question is the amount of people that you need to work with. So first of all, I am a podiatrist since 2005. I've worked, and my passion was always diabetic foot, so I directly started working on a multidisciplinary team. So this is a reality that I know very well. And the other thing was that once I started working, I found that we still had so much to learn, and so that is why I then changed more to an academic field, and so I did my PhD and started doing more research and also teaching, and so now I'm a little bit far away from the clinic, but trying to help people to do their clinic better. The other thing that I would like to say is that I'm a member of the WGDF, so I will say this is the best organization just because I'm in it, and that's it. So I will talk a little bit, but a small part about diabetic food and the Portugal reality, what is the history behind it, and also the questions that we have with so much variability on the role of the podiatrists within the different structures that we know within the diabetic food. Also, I'd like to talk to you about the POINT project, and it's good to have here Mike that worked on this magnificent effort so that people had some thing to work with, to know what was the minimal on the different settings, and at least to have a list of things that we should follow and strive to teach and to do in each of the settings. And the other was a really small survey that we did in an informal group, just for you to have an idea of how much things are so different depending on where you're working and where. So, because one of the struggles that we have is that we have a good history about diabetes care and diabetic food care. We had the first association of diabetes in the world. So in 1926, we created an association to protect people with diabetes that did not have a lot of resources. We had our first diabetic food clinic in Porto, again, the best place to be because I'm from Porto in the north, so that is why. And this clinic was created only 7 years after of the King's College. So we are not that far, not that slow. So why is such a struggle to have podiatry following the same routes, having as such an important role? And the other thing is, the most recent national guidelines, it's not the translation of the WGDF, but from the Ministry of Health, is from 2011. We have another one ready to come out since 2015, but it's just in a drawer somewhere that we cannot make it to the sunlight. So this is what we know so far. And for example, one of the things that I would like to highlight is that in this guideline, on this norm of what we should do and organize care in Portugal from 2011, it says that in all of the levels that you need to have a professional that is trained on podiatry without a definition of what this means. So if you do a small course and you have any type of profession as base, you can do this. You can be on this level and this is accepted. So this is one of the first things that we are trying to change, and on this new guideline this will change, and at least in some levels you need to have a podiatrist and not someone who's trained in podiatry, whatever that means. This is a good news. We have a national questionnaire, and we started with, on the National Health Service, to have only 72% of people with the food screening, and now it has passed to 81%, which is really good, and this is changing, so people are looking more at the feet, or at least to make a registry about it, which is really nice. But this does not mean that the screening is done by a podiatrist. It's just that people are looking at feet and to do this categorization. The other reality that we have is that from the data that we have, the rate of major amputation is declining, although Portugal now it's rising a little bit again. So we're not very good in Europe, sorry. But we have been diminishing this, and one of the things that is really clear is that if you look to the rates of amputation between regions, the north is always the one that has the lower level, for two main reasons. This is where the first school of podiatry is, and also it's the place where you have more hospitals with podiatrists and multidisciplinary teams. So we also have, like Alfred said to this morning, is that we have evidence that having multidisciplinary teams work, that having podiatrists work, but it's still a struggle. Then the other question is, what should be our role? Because you can pass from a reality from now the toe and flow. You need a podiatrist and a vascular surgeon, and the rest is collaborators, and you decide on this binomial structure what to do. Then you have the podiatrist as the gatekeeper, but then wound care nurse or podiatrist. So yeah, in some places one, in some places the other, but he is the first one to see a patient and then to decide what is the mobility within that team. Then you can have a podiatrist as a coordinator or a leader. Then you can have a podiatrist as an integrated member, and then you have a podiatrist as a luxury. That's it. With small schedules, with small availability, with small access to things, and some patients, if they are lucky, they can see one. So we have this type of variability, not also between countries, but also within Portugal. So that is why I would like to talk to you about, again, from the POINT project, because this is something that not all of us know, and this is essential for people that work on diabetic foot. So please look at this. This is an initiative that works together with two good federations, and they try to discuss what is the minimal skills and what we should teach and what we should do. And at least we have a ground basic to work on, at least about diabetic foot. So this is something that I tell my students to read. Okay, I put it there and say it is important. So I try to do as much as publicity to this project as I can. On this, I don't have any disclaimer. I had nothing to do with it. I just like it. So what we have done, just for you to have an idea, and for us it was really interesting that we made a sampling snowball on an informal group only during 1 week, just for us to have a glimpse of what is this structure. And we made the online survey. We requested podiatrists that work at least in one diabetic foot team independently of the level they worked with. And then we just make all the questions that we thought you will give us completely different responses. And as we were expecting, see the ratio between the regions. You have 10 that are from the north, 4 from Lisbon, and then some people scatter on the rest of the country. And this is the reality also of the availability not only on private but also on public places. So most of us worked on hospitals, but then you have people that work specifically with people with diabetic foot on private clinics and mainly on private hospitals or other type of agreements. We had one colleague that worked on primary care, and this is a really important one because it is on the north, on a very near to Spain region, and usually low income, low access to care. And so this colleague goes to and covers a really good region. So this is a nice effort. And then you have people that work in a nursing home and people that work also on other types of places, and mainly on private, public, and some in both types of institutions. So what we found out is that almost 1/3 of them worked with diabetic patients, but without a multidisciplinary team. So only with outpatient appointments and without being integrated in a group. But most of us work in an hybrid scenario, meaning we belong to a team, but we have specific appointments for outpatients. So we can do both at the same time. Most of us cooperate with nurses. We almost every time have a nurse within the team or working along with us, endocrinologists and physical rehabilitation doctors. But one of the things that I would like to highlight is that mental health is really important, as we have been discussing, but we only had less than 1/3 of people having a psychologist in their team. So if we detect mental health problems or symptoms, usually we don't have no one to send, because psychologists have also problems in being integrated in the public health system. So this is also another struggle that we have. Most of us can perform independent podiatry appointments, as I said, mainly in outpatient, so full autonomy again, even if we are embedded in teams. One of the struggles that we have is, how do people send us patients? Can they send directly to podiatrists? Usually no. Usually they send to the director of the department or to a specific person in the department that then evaluate and send it to us. And most rarely they can send directly to podiatry, but that is a rare scenario. Usually you need to send to another person to send it to us, which is a little bit of nonsense, but it is what it is. The other question is, who can send it to us? Most of us can see patients by other services or departments of the same institution. You can see there that half of us can receive directly to podiatry, but most of us cannot. And, for example, it's really less represented to be able to receive patients from other institutions. So usually it's more closed mobility of patients within an hospital or an institution, and not that much from specifically from other places, depending on the scenarios. And usually you send to one person that sends to us. We have a good representation of all levels of care and complexity, so mainly we are in the most complex one, so level 2 and level 3, which is a good one, but then we are not usually on the front on the primary care on low-risk patients. That is still not very common. Most of us use, or at least all of us use the Sams-Weinstein monofilament for neuropathy, some of us the tuning fork and or reflex hammer, but only 2% uses other more advanced tools. And as we've been discussing today in the morning, we should do more PAD screening. And 9 of the 17 use the Doppler. 4, they do ABI, 2 dynamometer, 4 uses mainly other type of measurements, and 1 does not use it at all. It does not perform this, and 7 say that they use, but it's not that much. So then what are the type of patients that we receive in the daily basis? Well, we have a lot of spreading, but we can see that usually we cover them all, because I said that we mostly worked on type 2 and type 3, so how can this be? Because they are not podiatrists in primary care. So if they cannot treat them, even if it's not a patient that should go to an hospital, they send them anyway because they don't know what to do with it. And so that is why this is a little bit of nonsense, but we receive patients from all types of risk levels on institutions of high risk level. Then 88% can treat and conduct follow-up of pre-ulcerative lesions. 77% in fact treat ulcerative lesions. If not, it is the nurses that do this. And 47% state that can treat feet with infection. So if you have an ulcerated infection, then a podiatrist usually cannot touch directly on the wound. All of us do digital silicone orthosis, but for example, 3 of us do not do and don't have access to it. 3 can prescribe and perform the molds, but then it's done in another institution. And most of us, luckily, are responsible for all the process and for making them. So you can see we are all over the place. All can perform offloading using foam, but only 3 report doing casts. And all can advise and prescribe therapeutic footwear, but not all the institutions can help pay for that. 4 of us participate of the 17 in educational sessions in group organized by the department, and we ask what are the difficulties that we feel on our clinics, and most of them reported we don't have the same registry and access to information as the other professionals. Sometimes we are doing things on paper when people are doing on electronic health records. Still, we don't have access to what the other doctors say. And so we are very limited on access to information. Access to specialized material and education, sharing complex cases in multidisciplinary meetings, because again, I know some of the realities that they go and see patients that are hospitalized, and the podiatrist is there saying what should be done all the time, and some of the settings that you are working completely alone, and to discuss this with another professional as the teamwork that we should have, it's difficult. So again, a total spread. And the question again is, people don't know what we do. So they don't send, they don't know what we can do, and so they do not allow us to do some of the things because they think that we are not capable of them. And this is the hard work that everywhere, everyone needs to do. So there is a great variability on everything, and this is only within one country. So I really congratulate you for all the hard work that you have been doing to try to make this a little bit standardized and to improve the image that people have from the podiatrists and what we do, because if not, we will never be able to improve our autonomy and access to materials and services and access to information. And so I believe that the POINT project is a good foundation to it, and at least to have something to show and to explain to people, but we need to disseminate that even more within countries, and at least to have translations from it, for example, to implement and to be able to get to people on board of our project, that is a podiatrist to be able to do whatever he knows to do. So thanks to all the people that helped doing this work, and that are our informal network, and we are always changing ideas and learning from each other like we are in here today. And the other question is that I'm the coordinator of the podiatry course along with João, but I'm also now the coordinator of the Erasmus program in our school. So you have my email. If you want to collaborate, we also want to. So feel free to contact me, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Matilde. Now is the time for Victor Duarte for explain the role of the podiatry in the Portuguese Institute of Rheumatology. 18 years of experience,
Correct.
A lot of years.
First, I want to thank the organization. For the invite, and the Red Cross School too. I'm here representing the Portuguese Institute of Rheumatology and our role that podiatry has for 18 years. The Portuguese Institute started in '48 as the Association of Rheumatology. Then in '52, the first rheumatology consultation was created by Dr. Assunção Teixeira. Then the Association of Rheumatology is renamed the Portuguese Institute of Rheumatology. The Portuguese Institute is one of the oldest institutions dedicated exclusively to the treatment and monitoring of rheumatic patients. It's focused on the diagnosis and follow-up of patients with rheumatic pathologies, and has a strong tradition in pre- and postgraduate training. At the institute, that the specialty of rheumatology was born in Portugal, and where the first rheumatologist interns were trained. The Portuguese Institute of Rheumatology is a private institution of social solidarity. It's a non-profit, but works with the national health system. Currently, it has 33 rheumatologists, 3 interns, 3 physiatrists, 2 nutritionists, 2 podiatrists, 6 nurses, 6 physiotherapists, and an inpatient unit with 15 beds for internament, hospitalization, a day hospital, and an ultrasound center recognized by the European Alliance of Associations for Rheumatology. The day hospital monitors patients who regularly undergo biotechnological intravenosus therapies and patients undergoing subcutaneous biotechnological procedures on an outpatient basis. The day hospital also supports the clinical trial units and the clinical research center. The rheumatology podiatry consultation was created in 2015 with one podiatrist at the time, my colleague Cristina Carvalho, initially for inpatients and later for outpatient consultation. Since 2013, there are two podiatrists, my colleague and I, and since 2019, the podiatry consultation was able to be integrated in the National Health Service in the institution, the Portuguese Institute of Rheumatology. In our consultations, we see between 2,500 and 2,800 patients annually, having in mind that both of us are only part-times. In Portugal, rheumatic diseases have a prevalence of 56%. 40 to 60% of situations of prolonged physical disability and loss of autonomy. 43% of rheumatic patients have missed work days. 35 to 41% of early retirement are due to illness. And early retirement due to rheumatic diseases cost more than 900 million euros per year. Rheumatic and musculoskeletal diseases belong to the group of autoimmune diseases which are characterized by deregulating of the immune system, causing to react against the body itself and attack healthy tissues and organisms, which cause pain, inflammation, and severe deformations and organic lesions in the individuals. The main manifestations in rheumatoid foot that we see that our doctors reference us to are hallux valgus, pes planus, cavus, hyperkeratosis, chlorohamartose, metatarsalgias, plantar fasciitis, peroneal tibial tendinitis, Morton's neuroma, Filth valgus, joint stiffness, swelling, change in the foot, dactylitis. How it works in the Portuguese Institute, that the general practitioner asks for a specialty consultation. They go to the institute, then they are seen by the rheumatologist, and the rheumatologist then refer to us depending on what they think. Here is a study that was made in another hospital that shows the main manifestations that were seen there were like ours. This study shows that 13% of patients with RA have foot involvement as the first sign of RA, and 90% will have foot manifestations at some point of the course of the disease. And the sites of the symptoms are mostly to be in the ankle, 36%, forefoot, 30%, and hind foot, 17%, and midfoot, 7%. So you can see that sometimes the first signs of a disease is in the foot. Here are some of the examples of the metatarsal heads, hallux valgus, deformities that we see in our practice. Our role in the Institute is to the reduction of foot-related pain, maintain and improve foot function, maintain or improve mobility, improve skin conditions, treat callus, corns, do the nail care, patient advisement and education, to do orthoses and insoles, footwear review, and reference and work together with other specialities. Work with the rheumatologist, with the physiotherapy team, with the nutritionist. The weight loss is important for the foot health. And sometimes, because we can't see them all, we have to send them to their health service, so the nurses can help with if they have wounds or they need extra examinations that we can't provide directly, or will take too long to ask the rheumatologist, then to have it, so sometimes it's easier to go to the medical practitioner to get the exams faster so we can diagnose and treat the patient. We see a lot of tenosynovitis or in the consultation, and the rheumatologist sends us a lot of these patients because of the tenosynovitis. There's going to be a flattening of the foot, what provokes chronic inflammation that can involve from tenosynovitis to tendinosis, even leading to rupture and causing the overload of the stabilizing ligaments in the hind foot, leading to the flat foot. We normally use insoles in our practice that has an encapsulated heel, and with a gradual control of pronation, of the abduction of the foot, of course, and the association with the medication and the therapies they are already doing. The steroids, the biotechnological medication, the mesotherapy they do, the muscular strengthening, the whatever they're doing. Here are some examples of the people with tenosynovitis problems. We see a lot of problems depending on the disease. When it's more psoriatic arthritis, we see more enthesitis than synovitis. It's one of the signs that help differentiate in the first stages. They're trying to discover what the patient has. You can sometimes look at where the problem is on the foot that can help to get to an easier diagnostics by the rheumatology. Here are some of the work that we have in our insoles, having in mind that we are underfunded and our budget is very low, and sometimes me and my colleague have to pay for some things so we can do a better treatment for our patients. These two studies were to show that there's not a consensus on which type of insoles to use in an example of rheumatoid arthritis, if a soft material or if a semi-rigid. We play with both. It depends on how the patient is, in which stage of the sickness he is, and if he has other sicknesses associated. When a patient has RA and fibromyalgia, it's complicated because they can have different crises at different times, and sometimes they can use the insole, sometimes they can't use the insole, sometimes we have to do a new plan altogether. Subluxation of the metatarsal joints is another reason that we see a lot of patients. That results on the overload of the metatarsal heads, that result in hammer-toe deformities, and that can progress to capsulite injuries, even plantar pressure ruptures. We normally use silicone orthosis to stabilize the deformity, and then we use these primarily because most people have difficulties to tolerate rigid material or even insoles. Ulcerations. The ulcerations that we see normally are on the top and tip of the fingers, the metatarsal heads, the first metatarsal head associated with hallux valgus, and interdigital spaces due to friction. There is little research in the area of ulcers and rheumatoid diseases when compared to diabetes. Although we know that RA ulcerations has a lower risk of amputation than compared with the diabetics, but they still cause pain and impact of life, and footwear choices are difficult. This study was a primarily investigation that concluded that deformities and the increase of plantar pressure were not associated with the risk of ulceration, but with the active disease and the steroid therapy. They concluded that the disease itself and other disease associated and the steroid therapy were had a more direct link to the increase of ulcerations than the pressure itself. Here we can see some of the ulcerations that occurred in our consultation. Various deformities that we can see. These are the orthoses. We are very creative. We do a lot of different styles, and we try a lot of things, everything that the patient feels okay, that we see that can help. Here we have another one. Here, a full protection. Here, the normal. One of our elaborate. This study was made by a medical student that found this article that questionnaire a medical population in an Irish Institute of Internal Medicine. And they concluded that only 12.5% of the doctors felt apt to examine the foot. In our experience, initially with my colleague, most of the rheumatology doctors didn't feel apt to examine the foot, even read x-rays of the foot. Now, it's been better, but initially it was hard. Normally, some would send them to the orthopedic before to us, but now things are getting better. Final considerations. The foot is the most frequent site of pain. It's still not given the importance that it deserves. The rheumatoid foot has the same risk of ulceration as the diabetic foot, but in terms of studies and priorities, it does not have the same impact. There are few rheumatology services that have podiatry support. In Portugal, only one service of podiatry is integrated in a rheumatology unit and covered by the NHS. So there is a need to create more multidisciplinary teams to treat rheumatoid foot and to create awareness of the rheumatoid foot. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Victor. Some question? No? That's it?
Wait just a second.
Microphone.
Sorry. It's just because we cannot...
I think I understand.
Yeah, so the question was about, do you see some evolution in the data? Because we in Belgium, we see that since the 1990s, years 2000, we have a significant decrease in the incidence and the prevalence of foot deformities in our population because we are much more aggressive in the treatment. So, for example, where we used to have a considerable number of orthopedic surgery in the year 2000, we don't have it anymore. We had about 2-3 surgeries in rheumatoid arthritis every week. We don't have it anymore. So mild deformities, yes, but for example, not anymore such kind of deformities.
We still have a lot of deformities. Our National Health Service is a little backed up, and it takes a long time to get specialized consultations. And even if you get specialized consultation, it takes a long time to get an X-ray, to get an MRI, then to get physical therapy. Sometimes the person that goes to the institute, for example, until they get a definitive diagnostics, it can be a year or two. And sometimes when they see a podiatrist, it's longer. There's not a lot of preventive surgery. The surgeries are more to treat the problems, and sometimes the problems are very late, and the surgeries have to be bigger, and sometimes because of the age, they decide not even to do it.
Matilda, I think that's the same thing with diabetic foot. In Portugal, there is not too much preventive surgery to avoid ulcer, lumbar.
Yeah, but I think that the question is that in diabetic foot, you don't have as much severe deformity unless if you have other complications. And so the conservative way of trying to prevent things are more effective than you have in rheumatology. So this means that when they arrive to an hospital, then you have a scenario that is too late to remedy the structure of the foot. While for us in diabetic foot, you still have that ability because you don't have so much deformity. So it's in a lesser degree. The bigger problem is the duration or, for example, the glycemic control. And so that is why I believe this is a really different reality. And so
there is less money for rheumatology than for diabetes.
I believe that we all will say that our area is underfunded and that ours is the biggest problem, or because of the numbers or because of the pain. But the question is, again, and we have the same problem on diabetic foot, you still spend 10 euros treating and €1 preventing. And when this is the scenario that is still ongoing on places for whatever condition it is, you are going to be late.
Thank you very much for all the speakers and their friends. We have 20 minutes to coffee break and restart at 5 o'clock. Thank you. Hello, hello. Jim? Okay. Yeah, improvise? Yes. Do you prefer? It's better? Perfect. You don't have problem with English? No, of course. Let's gonna restart. Dear friends of the hall, please go inside.
Actually giving me the opportunity to be here today and share with you this research. This scoping review is part of my PhD study, which will be developing a telemedicine framework for podiatry. And what I will be presenting today is the first phase that we've already planned and concluded. So, as you all know and you've all experienced, with the pandemic, with COVID, all right, we had to find other means how we can see to our patients, because we had to cancel most of our appointments to mitigate the spread of COVID, and telemedicine was one of the modalities used to try and help as much as possible our patients still, even without seeing them at our clinics. So why the study? As I mentioned, this study is part of a much more broader study, and in this phase here, we want to actually identify, all right, what recent telemedicine guidelines are already available for foot and ankle in primary healthcare. Also, we wanted to compare these guidelines, the existing guidelines that were made available to check their content and their rigor as well. So far, the research that has been carried out in telemedicine and related to feet, but not to core podiatry per se, were on the diabetic foot, on wound management, and also musculoskeletal injuries and other complications. But at the moment, there are no specific guidelines that podiatrists can use within their clinical practice and to conduct a telemedicine consultation. So, from all the studies and from the extensive research that has been done, the studies indicate that telemedicine cannot be, the guidelines used for telemedicine cannot be universal to all professions. They need to be tailor-made to the specific profession they need to be used. So, for example, telepsychiatry obviously cannot be implemented the same way for podiatry because they have two separate functions, okay? So the method to conduct this study was we followed the PRISMA guidelines for a scoping review, and a combination of databases and grey literature were used, and also the databases that we used were PubMed, Medline, Cochrane Central, and the CINAHL, and we also included Google and Google Scholar just in case we missed out on some other articles that could be useful for this research. A number of key terms were used for telemedicine, foot health, and guidelines, and the search time frame was, there was a time frame between 2012 and 2022. After finishing the search, these records were then imported onto RefWorks. So the inclusion criteria for the study, mainly all the studies that were included had to be within a primary healthcare setting. The articles had to be related to foot and ankle management and related as well with patient consultations. Guidelines, practical guidance, consensus statements, expert opinions, case studies, editorial narratives were also included, as long as they were from peer-reviewed journals. And also telemedicine practice guidelines, which were produced by international bodies, were also included. You can appreciate that during COVID, international bodies actually from around the world had to come up with some sort of guideline for their professions, but they were not, some might have lacked technical, some might have lacked non-technical and even clinical domains. And also the records, the articles that were included had to be in full text and in English. The exclusion criteria, mainly we did not want to include articles that did not focus on a real-time consultation, so we eliminated any form of studies that were not real-time. Also, articles that were concerned with lower limb wound management were excluded. Articles where healthcare and medical students utilized telemedicine were also excluded. Letters to the editor, patient education leaflets, and anything that lacks any clear instructions on telemedicine for patient consultations also excluded. And also any telemedicine practice guidelines that do not fall within the scope of foot and ankle management. So from this flow chart here, we can see that we identified 356 records from the databases, and an additional 6 were retrieved from the Google and Google search, and 1 was also highlighted from the article references. After screening and following the eligibility criteria, we then ended up including only 9 studies, okay, 9 records. So the data extraction and the synthesis of this whole process, basically we checked and we looked into the research country where these studies were conducted, the study design that was taken into consideration, the outcomes sought on the study, the function telemedicine had in their study, the target population, which was always targeting primary healthcare patients, media, the type of media communication that was used to conduct a telemedicine consultation, the methodology, and also the limitations of the studies. Then we proceeded to carry out a textual narrative synthesis, and we came up with a number of themes that derive from these studies. And this was then discussed with the other reviewers for consensus. So as for results, as you can see over here, there was a spike in total studies screened, the total studies screened for eligibility. There was a high number of foot and ankle management using telemedicine in 2020, which stands to reason because it was the year when we had COVID. So at that time, we had to pick up on this subject very quickly, because we were incorporating telemedicine in our clinical practices. Also, the main function that telemedicine had was to provide treatment and follow-up for the majority of the cases from these studies. The preferred mode of communication was with the use of video conferencing platforms, because they believed that it was the closest you can get to an in-person consultation. And the outcomes which were mostly looked at, the most which was looked at was patient satisfaction. However, when we were actually seeing and looking into more these results, we continue to confirm that there are no specific guidelines for podiatrists. And why is this? Basically, what we've established was that the studies that we've included in the scoping review were mainly from an orthopedic perspective. Orthopedic consultants carrying out foot and ankle management, and they had telemedicine in their practice, but not from a podiatrist point of view, okay? And the preferred, obviously, mode of communication was video calls rather than telephone calls. And we've also noticed that there was a gap in the literature as the studies lacked the methodological rigor needed to be able to come up with a robust framework for foot and ankle management. Also, we've noticed that patient satisfaction should not be the only outcome to give importance, but there should be other outcomes to be taken into consideration, and that is why feasibility studies are preferred, because they can assist us more with whether or not implementation can be successful or not. And feasibility studies, in that case, they would look into further outcomes such as acceptability, demand, implementation, practicability, adaptability, and also integration and expansion, rather than just patient satisfaction. Also, it is important that if we had to integrate telemedicine as part of our clinical practices as another additional service modality to care for our patients, it should be introduced seamlessly, and it should not disrupt the services that are already in place. We need to also reassure our patients, as this might be something new and not everyone might be inclined at the beginning to actually use such modality. But we need to reassure our patients that if they have to choose a telemedicine consultation, if they need it, they would be treated just the same, with the same level of care, and it will not be something inferior than in-person care. And also, stakeholders engagement is important because it's not just only the patients and the podiatrists, but it's also the whole healthcare system and the authorities that need to be engaged with the system to be successful. And following that, we need to be able to help with engagement. We would need more public outreach and professional training as well. The scope and the gist from what we found is that any form of care delivery should always have the patient's welfare as its ultimate objective. Be it telemedicine, be it in clinical, this is the ultimate aim. Okay? So, as all studies have limitations, the limitations, two limitations that we've identified in the scoping review are that some studies might have been overlooked because not all databases have been searched, so only 4 particular databases have been used, and there's a significant heterogeneity of the data among studies due to the different outcome measures used. So it was taken more from an orthopedic point of view rather from a podiatry point of view. So we need something specific to us now. I'd like to conclude. Basically, I'd like to see this as a continuation, and guidelines can guide us in this path, because if we don't have these guidelines, it will be like mixed feelings for everyone. So if there is something set, which we are at the moment working on, in creating a framework for podiatric telemedicine, we can all together create a better podiatry, better care, and better accessibility and convenience for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Very, very interesting. Some questions? Alfred.
Okay, so good question, and thank you actually for making this question, so I can elaborate further on this. So we can actually take into consideration advice as well. If we can give advice to our patients, we can also do follow-ups. Certain musculoskeletal conditions, follow-ups might not necessarily require hands-on manipulation. So in that case, we can see our patients using telemedicine. Also, in certain dermatological conditions, if we give a treatment and the treatment does not necessarily require that the patient comes back, we might take images as well, and the patient can send images, and we can consult through telemedicine as well. Videos can help in certain biomechanical conditions, musculoskeletal conditions. If we need, for example, there are patients that are concerned about a child's gait, for example, and the appointment is far away, we can even facilitate with that. Maybe a telemedicine consultation can be earlier, so we can pick up certain situations at an earlier state as well.
Are you convinced that telemedicine is here to stay for the future?
Well, I think the technology is actually improving. So we have, as far as technology keeps improving, we can keep on integrating certain systems within our healthcare systems. So I do believe that it's something that's here to stay and grow. Mm-hmm. So I do see that potential in podiatry.
And we must develop different APPs for different specialties?
Well, it depends. The guidelines that we're actually working on are for core podiatry. They're not specific to certain specialties in podiatry, but if it had to pick up in core podiatry, it can also pick up in other specialties, because we will have a basic general framework already in place, and then we can adapt onto it according to the specialties of podiatry.
Thank you, Lisa. Thank you. Okay, now we must apologize to Dr. Joris, who for personal reasons we will not able to be with us this afternoon. And continues with Manuel Cerqueira. Manuel.
Hi everyone, thanks for your attendance. It's joyful to be here to being with my share of my practice in the podiatry field, in the sport activity. So I'm going to share with you some of my practice, principally in the role of the football in the Premier League. I work with my team in some teams, including Europe and Saudi Arabia. So I'm going to show you a little of our practice in different roles in this work team with the medical staff, okay? So what is the role on the podiatrist specialized in sport? First, we have to recognize what is the football, what is the sport gesture, what is the motion that characterizes the football. First, from some facts, football is the most popular sport. It's representing around 210 countries in the world, especially in Euro-Asia, Africa, and South America. Some special facts that you know: the average distance by a player, that's around 9 and 11 kilometers, and then represented by 72% during walking and 18% running. There's only 7% in high sprint, including jumps. That's where you see most of the major issues that you have in musculoskeletal conditions and dermatologists too. The average speed per game is around 11 kilometers. And the most speed average that we record, so 34 kilometers per hour, that's by Cristiano Ronaldo, the best, yeah. So, and some studies found that about the muscle strength activity, doing the test of power muscles jump, the vertical jump, show us that fullbacks and forwards have the more capacity of strength of the muscles compared to the midfielders. So the most of the injuries occur in this situation, these kinds of players in the field. And most injuries are non-traumatic. What means? These some musculoskeletal conditions, because most of the injuries are individual, not in contact by player by player. So it's very important to do a great prophylactic evaluation to know the individual of biomechanics, but most of traumatic issues are less compared to the non-traumatic classified, and occur during the training and not in the game. So, what characterizes the motion that I told you before? For fast accelerations, but in a short distance period, okay? The problem is the quick changes of the direction that cause stress between the joints, stress in the ligaments, and of course, the friction in our skin. The vertical jumps is very important to see about the power strength of the athlete and the incidence of just unilateral strength of the muscles. Compared to another sport activities, it's possible only one side of the lower limb work most compared to the other. So you can see a lot of asymmetries, a lot of injuries caused by the unilateral positions of the player. Of course, we need to know what is trying to help to the condition of the player is, of course, the equipments. If you see, the evolution of the football boots caused some injuries, but including can help for improving the facilities, improving the mechanics of the player, and increase that performance. The boot, as we know, started in 1920, okay, with the first condition just to help to provide protection by the weather and create some ground traction. Nowadays, we feel about sensation about the motion control to improve the proprioception and the lightweight to the player. Nowadays, we have a lot of kind of soles. It depends of the position of the cleat, okay? Because it's going to adapt to the different grounds, to the weight distribution of the player, the position of the player, okay? If it's a runner, this is a fullback, if it is a higher position or a goalkeeper, for example, and the type of the ground. So this is very important to show that how much this impact on the track, on the field, in the game, and of course in the performance of the lower limb muscle strength. The role of sport podiatrists, I can include it in 3 steps or 3 stages, if you want to say. First, we consider the podiatrist as a part of the medical staff, as like a risk analyst. The pre-season is very important, just to characterize and individualize what is the main risk of the proper biomechanics of the player. So the pre-season is the most important part, by the prophylactic way of the analyze, the biomechanics, studying the motion, studying the individual as well with another facilities of the team, including nutritionists, physical therapists, odontologists, etc. And podiatrists can also have a complementary analysis that can register and maintain the follow-up treatments with the condition of musculoskeletal traumas and infections like a secondary things about the dermatological conditions and traumatic injuries. And later in the treatment plan, for example, as you have some exercises prescription, designing and creating the custom footing soles, with helping the protocol of rehabilitation and improving the performance of the player. First of all, I'll say most of us think the injury, the most injury feel on football, it's an ankle sprain, for example, or a bone fracture caused by the stress, but not. The most common issue in the football player is in the skin. But it is an infection, it is a trauma, but not, it's a blister. The blister is the #1 injury in all football players, because caused by a biomechanical friction, caused by a tight boot, for example. A loss of many players have a tight foot size compared to what it is considered for their well-being. But the blister is the #1 and can cause damage, can cause a decreased time of healing, contusion, ankle sprain. If you have some infection caused by a simple blister, yes, it can cause trouble on the rehabilitation of the player. So in the skin troubles, you can recommend the black nails caused by the compression, by the connection between 2 players. Callus and corns can show us the overusing, about some mechanical issues in the big toe, calcaneus, or in the base of the 5th metatarsal, and the secondary infections like the dermatomycosis, okay? Causing not only by swelling, but for increasing the much time of friction inside the boot. In terms of musculoskeletal conditions, the #1 is the ankle sprain, yes. Principle from the position of the cleat in the ground and the quick changes directions. And that caused some tractions. The foot with a ground reaction force against the direction of the movement can create that torsion if the ligaments not as well as a good range of motion. Second of all, the ACL. It's very important to look up a little bit about the pelvis and the knee, because a lot of connection with that changing direction, with the weight distribution, with the power of a kick on the ball. The ACL is one of the most common. It's going to vary by the turf toe for the excessive amount of dorsiflexion movement of the metatarsal phalangeal joint of the halluxes. The muscle weakness, sometimes tight calf muscles, or a dysfunction on the tibial tendon posterior, okay? You see a lot, as you see in the down left image, you see a dysfunction on that and how swelling a level of the malleolus phase. And of course, the most common fracture, the Jones fracture on the base on the 5th metatarsal, because most of the players have a cavus varus feet, okay? Considering that by a foot posture index, most of the players have this foot posture situation. In terms of functional tests, it's important the podiatrist use your hands on the analysis, and some quick tests we can do it and complementary by the proper biomechanical assessment by evaluating the range of motion, the position and stress between the joints, as you can see on the up left image by the test of uplay to see some stress on the meniscus, for example, the vertical jump stress measurement for the strength of the vertical jump muscles strength, for example, as evaluating and measuring how a muscle is tight, as you see in the Clark signal, and measurement the lower limb length, because a lot of sport injuries especially occur by asymmetry of the lower limb length, and we consider that we have to face it as a problem to fix, because a difference of the lengths change the position of the axis, and the axis joint differentiate a different strength of the muscle. It's like you're running in two different speed between the left and right limb, and that occur in the asymmetries, including on the muscle strength and resistance, for example. Some tests we provide is on the foot, the jack test, okay, orientating the subtalar joint axis, okay, including twist sets to see after repeated injuries in the ankle, and measuring the amount of the range of motion in weight bearing, like the lunge test, for example. We already know the limited range of motion of the ankle reduce the time and the speed of quick changes of the player, for example. So we really use this test as a part of the first examination. Accessory exams, complementary, the podobarometer. It's very important, starting weight bearing static position and differentiate with or without shoes, with the boots, to make sure the amount of pressure, it characterizes the pressure the player will use in the game. Because you already know in the game when walking, our weight is going to be more than 2 or 4 times increase inside the joints. So our joints going to absorb double and quarter the pressure we have. So it's important to avoid some fracture stress, or including to change some kinematics when running and change direction, to evaluate how much is the pressure, how much is the peak of force in some centimeter as possible. We use some wearable devices too. You can wear the inertial sensors in the sacral and limb joints, for example, to study and measure how much time the player run, including jumps or staying just walking, to see if you have some torsions on the sacral limb joints that decrease the force and resistance in just one limb, and wearable some insoles with sensors to measure the angulation, the time of step length, the time of fly of a limb, and make sure if you are not working with overusing problem before, okay, the problems have. One of the isms we do is the motion, the kinematics, using the KinoVia system. We start with evaluating, in this case we are talking with the ballerina, is not a football player, but we are working to see how the range of motion, how distribute the position of the hips, if it is inward, if it has some twisted of the ankles compared to the patella. We can measure this in the walking gait first, okay? Then we're going to go into pressure with our wearable insoles and compare in the video motion to understand the step length and to understand the power and increasing of acceleration. I don't know if the image is working, I think. So you wear some systems that are going to provide some signals to see, like the patella is one of the mark points we have to understand how much the hips is stored, and the center of the tibia. I think the image is not well. Yeah, something is wrong on the video, but it's very important to see on the different plans, okay, and consider different kind of speeds and including inclinations to make sure if the insoles, if the plan of training, rehabilitation, or the prescribing a better insoles is good for this kind of condition. Podiatrists can also perform manual therapies that can help to increase the collagen levels, to reduce the inflammatory process, okay, after ankle injury, or reducing the tension inside some joints and muscle strength. With some foot mobilization techniques, you can increase that motion, okay, by healing and accelerate the process of relieving the fibrogen concentration, and of course stimulate that motion and the muscle strength too. In our treatments, it's very important to understanding the properties. It's not simple as, okay, you have an idea, a diagnosis, and a plan of treatment. It's important to understand the characteristics of the materials you're going to put in the custom-made insoles. Because some materials, as the rigidity exists, you're going to provide and increase the performance. The more flexible ones, the less sure you have, so you're going to spend more time on the deforming in the muscle stress and in joints, okay, movement. So it's important to know if the weight of the player, the torsion capacity, the thinner the material has to improve inside the boot, the design, it's also flexible to have a cutout to help Alex valgus, or including Alex limitus functional, for example. It's important to know if that material will fix and is going to respect the proposal we want. Okay, so understanding this material, the properties is very important in the final diagnosis. Some bibliography, and as ENPODHE says, together, yes, we are stronger. It's important to be part of an entire team. The job of a sport podiatrist is not isolated. It's very important on the pre-season to talk with the physician doctors, with the physiotherapists, and including all the treatments, and do a fellowship with them to increase the better podiatry field in this case. Thank you very much for your attendance.
Thank you.
Okay.
Congratulations, Manuel. Thank you very much. Some questions? Some question? No? No questions? Kevin? João?
You want some examples of the devices I use?
Yeah, the measurements, the benchmarks you are using for determining if someone is at risk, because you are talking about screening, so yeah.
Yeah. You use devices that are really represented by scientific improvements, okay? Like the Kinové, it's one I want to use more because it's a free program you can do it and study the motion of the player with that easily. But start we do preference for the functional tests, okay? The static to the motion. We want to understand how the anatomy is going to going to influence the functionality, okay? Because we start only with the functional tests, like the measurement the range of motion of the principal joints, such as the hip and the ankle, and including the knee. And then use foot posture index to characterize the individual with static position, and go to the other examinations, like check test, for example. And later we use the devices like the Kinové and the Podology, okay, to understand in the real test what happened with that motion that I analyze in separate position in the lab, okay? Because it's very important not only analyze the historical part of the stress, the injuries the player already had, but to understand what's happened in the field. So that's why I like some inertial sensors more than the pressure sensors. I prefer to understand the motion, because most of the injuries are caused by stress, tissues, conditions, okay? And some wearable like Podology and Kinové, that's why I prefer to analyze and be Yes, yes.
If I may, one test I could never really understand.
Yes, yes.
Is the lunch test.
Lunch test, yeah.
Because basically, if you want to measure the amount of ankle dorsiflexion,
Yes,
and
in
that's why it's
weight, in
used
weight
for-
bearing, yes.
you are eliminating the gastrocnemius.
Yeah.
And the gastrocnemius is most of the time the most common cause of limitation of ankle joint dorsiflexion.
Soleus too.
Yes, soleus too.
Soleus
Yes,
too,
yes,
yes.
yes, yes. But it's a very common
Yes.
thing that.
Because I know a lot of overpronation situations and are cured by functional ankle limited restrictions joints, yes. And we start with the ankle joint measuring weight bearing.
When I went into measuring ankle dorsiflexion
Yes.
for my PhD, I ended up having to design another
Yes.
method of measuring ankle dorsiflexion.
Yes.
Because a lot of the devices that are there don't purely measure ankle dorsiflexion.
Yes.
They measure something else.
Yes.
So it was difficult. And for me, it was quite a big revelation when I had already discovered that there were 23 goniometers designed specifically for measuring ankle dorsiflexion.
Yes.
So I said, hey, what will mine do better than the others? You know? But at the end of the day, there are many things that need to be done. And we take it so easily, you know, you take a goniometer or do it just simple
or
test.
using some
But it's
images.
such a complex measurement to do.
Yes, it is.
Reliably. To do reliably.
More questions?
Another question.
Another question.
Do you have any idea about synthetic field? Because in Belgium it's really common to play rugby or football on synthetic field because we have so beautiful weather that we need synthetic field to have a flat ground. Is it common and do you have the experience about it?
About the
Synthetic field. Not grass on the ground, but synthetic field.
Scientific. No, not so much. Yes, not synthetic.
It's really common in Belgium and it's increasing really the ground reaction.
Yes.
And
You see the ground reaction forces. It's higher in the synthetic.
Allez, for my own experience as player in rugby team, it's really different and really more impact. So
Yes, in this case, not the shoes not provided better because only the cleat position will change it. But about the peak of force in this, no, I don't have any study that show us, but it's important to know. If your experience show you have more and face more problems in that synthetic compared to the natural fabric.
okay, thank you.
That?
It's a goodbye.
So, any more question? No, no. If you don't have any more question, I would like to say thank you, everybody, to be possible this activity, the online participation too, and I'm gonna ask my colleagues to give his words. Alfred, please.
Well, it's going to be a goodbye from me as president, but I'm leaving in a very happy state because I know that the new ENPODHE board has been strengthened now with Mika as the new president and Anna. And we're the old guys, we can go a little bit aside, okay? And we hope to see you all next year in Lyon. Please put it in your diary. The date, I think, we're about 2021, no? 21 of March 2020. Yeah. 2023. 2023, okay? 2024, sorry, next year. So we hope to see you there. And really, I would like to wish the best of luck to the new board, okay? Mika, if you need anything, obviously you'll find us there. And I'm sure you will continue to work for the progress of podiatry. Cheers.
Gabi, please. Old guy, says something.
Now, first of all, I would like to thank to Joao that he talks the decision we changed the place of the ENPODHE meeting 2023, so that in 3 months to create this great place, this great program. So it has been a pleasure. In the last month, I told more with Joao, with my wife, so that is it's terrible. So that is this. So in this case, it's not a bye-bye, but it is see you soon to the board. So, but I would like to congratulations of the new board, and they know that I am always to help you need. So I hope that you all enjoy of these meetings. Okay, this night, this evening, so with the gala dinner, we have enjoyed to celebrate this great Congress. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So, our new president gonna say a word. Please, Miki, can you?
Okay, first of all, I want to thank you for organizing the conference, and secondly, I want to thank the whole board, past board and present board, for the confidence. We have some interesting new ideas. We had a good discussion yesterday, so there's a lot of work to be done, a lot of new ideas that we have to tackle, but we're fully ready, and we hope to keep on relying on you guys, because you left big shoes to fill, so we're still going to need you, but thank you anyway.
So I'm gonna ask to put where is the gala dinner for the staff and for the colleagues, the podiatrists. So at 8 p.m. the gala dinner, it is in a VIP hotel. This is the avenue, and the students are here. They can dinner with our students, the Portuguese students. So our students are here to take you to anywhere you want to go to dinner, or take a beers or something like that. Please feel free. And tomorrow we have the 2 workshops at the university in Avenida de Ceuta. We have the basics of nail surgery, and we have another workshop with 3D technology, and we start at 10 a.m. Okay, in the program it is 9, but no, it is 10 a.m. When yes. So yeah. So tomorrow, when you arrive to the school, it is in the front door is a television with the number of the room, the floor, and the number of the room. So you have a screen where is the information. If not, you have in the program my phone number or the Gabi phone number. You can call us. So I can drink a little bit of wine today, but I'm ready tomorrow to at 10 be there. Okay, thank you very much, everybody. See you at 8 p.m. in the gala dinner.